Hello everyone and welcome. This is H. Potter speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Hogwarts itself rejected Dumbledore and chose Harry as headmaster at age 7 before first year? New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1, The Castle's Choice. Harry Potter woke with a jolt as dust rained down on his face. The cupboard under the stairs shook again, more violently this time, rattling the few broken toy soldiers that lined his makeshift shelf. This wasn't the first time strange things had happened around him, but in the last few weeks, the incidents had multiplied. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon's voice thundered down the stairs, each heavy footstep sending another shower of dust onto Harry's blanket. "What are you doing down there?" Harry sat up, pressing his palms against the slanted ceiling to steady himself as the entire house seemed to tremble. "Nothing, Uncle Vernon. I swear." The cupboard door flew open. Vernon Dursley's purple face appeared, mustache twitching with rage. "You think I'm stupid, boy? The whole bloody house is shaking. I don't know what's happening." Harry scrambled out, his oversized pajamas hanging off his skinny 7-year-old frame. "It's not me." Another violent shudder ran through the house. The lights flickered. In the kitchen, they heard Aunt Petunia shriek as something crashed to the floor. "It's always you," Vernon hissed, grabbing Harry's arm. "Always your freakishness." The front windows suddenly frosted over, in July. Intricate patterns spread across the glass, forming what looked like a crest with 4 animals. Harry stared, transfixed. He'd seen that symbol in his dreams. Vernon's grip tightened painfully. "What did you do?" Before Harry could answer, every light in the house blazed to full brightness, then exploded in a shower of sparks. Petunia screamed again. Dudley came thundering down the stairs, his face pale with fear. "Dad! My telly just blew up." The mail slot rattled, then burst open. A single envelope shot through, hovering in midair directly in front of Harry. It was thick parchment, addressed in emerald ink, "Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive." Little whinging, Surrey. Vernon lunged for it, but the letter zipped upward, dancing out of his reach. When Harry instinctively raised his hand, the letter floated gently down into his palm. "Don't you dare open that!" Vernon bellowed. Harry, for once, didn't listen. Something deep inside told him this letter was important, maybe the most important thing that had ever happened to him. He broke the wax seal, which matched the crest that had appeared on the windows. The moment the seal broke, a blinding light filled the hallway. The Dursleys scrambled backward, Petunia pulling Dudley behind her. Harry remained rooted to the spot, letter clutched in his trembling hands, as a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere spoke. "The castle has chosen. The seat awaits its rightful occupant. The stones have spoken after 1,000 years. Harry James Potter, Hogwarts calls you home." The light faded. The house stopped shaking. In the sudden silence, Harry unfolded the letter and read aloud, "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected as the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Headmaster?" Harry whispered, confused. "What's Hogwarts?" Vernon's face had gone from purple to white. "No," he muttered. "No, no, no. Petunia, they can't, they wouldn't." Petunia looked like she might faint. "They've done it," she whispered. "Those freaks have finally done it. They're taking him." Harry looked between his aunt and uncle. "You know what this is? You know about Hogwarts?" Before either could answer, a thunderous crack split the air outside. The Dursleys flinched. Harry ran to the window, peering out from behind the frost-covered glass. A woman stood on the front lawn. She wore emerald green robes and a pointed hat, her severe expression visible even from a distance. Beside her stood a tall man with long silver hair and an equally long beard, dressed in midnight blue robes scattered with silver stars. "They're here," Petunia whispered, clutching Dudley to her chest. Vernon grabbed Harry's shoulder. "You listen to me, boy. You tell them there's been a mistake. You're not going anywhere. You understand?" But Harry wasn't listening. For the first time in his life, something exciting was happening to him, something that might take him away from Privet Drive. He shook off his uncle's hand and ran to the door, throwing it open before Vernon could stop him. The silver-haired man smiled kindly as Harry appeared. "Ah, Harry Potter. At last we meet." The woman beside him looked less friendly, her lips pressed into a thin line as she surveyed the Dursley home. "Mr. Potter," she said with a slight nod. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. This is Professor Dumbledore, she hesitated, former headmaster." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind half-moon spectacles. "May we come in, Harry? We have much to discuss." Vernon appeared behind Harry, blocking the doorway with his substantial bulk. "You will not set foot in this house. We never agreed to this madness." McGonagall fixed Vernon with a stare that made him step back involuntarily. "Mr. Dursley, I presume? I assure you, we wouldn't be here if the situation weren't extraordinary. The magic at work is ancient and powerful, beyond even our control." "Magic isn't real," Harry said automatically, the response beaten into him by years with the Dursleys. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Oh, but it is, Mr. Potter. And you have it in abundance." She pulled out a long wooden stick, a wand, Harry realized with a jolt of excitement, and gave it a flick. The broken doorbell that Vernon had never fixed suddenly chimed a merry tune. Another flick, and the dead flowers in Petunia's garden bed bloomed instantly into vibrant life. Harry's eyes widened. That's like what happens around me sometimes. When I'm scared or angry." "Precisely," said Dumbledore. "Accidental magic. All young witches and wizards experience it. But what's happening now is something quite different." He gestured to the letter still clutched in Harry's hand. "May I see that, Harry?" Harry hesitated, then handed over the letter. Dumbledore read it, his eyebrows rising higher with each line. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "Simply extraordinary." "What is it?" Harry asked. "What does it mean that I'm headmaster?" "Perhaps we should discuss this inside," McGonagall suggested, eyeing the neighbor's twitching curtains. "You're not coming in?" Vernon insisted, though with less conviction. Dumbledore smiled pleasantly. "Mr. Dursley, we can have this conversation here on your doorstep, where I'm sure your neighbors will be most intrigued, or we can speak privately inside. Which would you prefer?" Minutes later, they were seated in the Dursleys' living room, Vernon and Petunia perched nervously on the edge of the sofa, Dudley hiding behind an armchair, and Harry sitting across from the two professors, who had conjured comfortable chintz armchairs with casual flicks of their wands. "Hogwarts," Dumbledore began, "is the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. It has stood for over 1,000 years, educating young magical people like yourself, Harry." "Like my parents?" Harry asked eagerly. McGonagall nodded. "Lily and James were exceptional students. Head boy and girl in their final year." Vernon made a strangled noise. Petunia looked like she'd swallowed something sour. "The school is guided by a headmaster or headmistress," Dumbledore continued, "selected by the Board of Governors, until now." His eyes twinkled again. "It seems Hogwarts itself has other ideas." "I don't understand," Harry said. "How can a school choose anything? And why would it pick me? I'm just Harry." "Ah, but you're not just Harry, are you?" Dumbledore leaned forward. "You're the boy who lived." "The what?" McGonagall shot Dumbledore a sharp look. "He doesn't know, Albus. They never told him anything." "Know what?" Harry demanded, tired of being confused. Dumbledore sighed. "Harry, there is a long, complex history that I had hoped to explain when you were older. But circumstances have changed. He glanced at the Dursleys. Your parents did not die in a car crash, as I suspect you've been told. Harry's head snapped toward his aunt and uncle. You lied to me. Petunia's lips thinned. We were trying to stamp out that dangerous nonsense. Your parents, Dumbledore continued gently, were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, the most feared wizard of modern times. He came to your home when you were just a baby, killed your parents, and then tried to kill you. Harry's hand instinctively went to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Yes, that's where the killing curse struck you. But instead of killing you, it rebounded upon Voldemort, destroying his body and power. You survived what no one else ever has. You're famous in our world, Harry. A symbol of hope. Harry felt dizzy. Famous? Me? Perhaps that's why Hogwarts has chosen you, McGonagall suggested. Though in 1,000 years, nothing like this has happened before. She withdrew another envelope from her robes. This letter appeared in my office yesterday, addressed to all staff. When I opened it, a similar message was delivered, stating that Albus was no longer headmaster and that Hogwarts had chosen Harry Potter as its new leader. We didn't believe it, of course, Dumbledore said. I've been headmaster for many decades. But when I attempted to access my office this morning. He trailed off, looking troubled for the first time. McGonagall continued, the castle physically ejected him, Albus Dumbledore, arguably the greatest wizard of our age. The gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office transformed into a magnificent stag, your father's animagus form, and spoke the same message we heard here. Harry's mind reeled. Magic was real. His parents were murdered. He was famous. And now a magic castle wanted him as headmaster. But I'm only 7. I don't know anything about magic or being a headmaster. That, said Dumbledore, is the great mystery. Students don't typically begin at Hogwarts until age 11, and headmasters are generally accomplished witches or wizards with decades of experience. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yet Hogwarts has chosen you, and its magic is both ancient and powerful. We ignore it at our peril. He's not going, Vernon said suddenly. This is absurd. The boy stays here. Dumbledore turned to Vernon, his kindly demeanor hardening slightly. Mr. Dursley, I placed Harry in your care 6 years ago, believing he would be safe and, if not loved, at least treated as family. I see now that was a mistake. Vernon puffed up indignantly, but Dumbledore continued before he could interrupt. The protection I placed on this house depends on Harry calling it home. But magical homes have a way of recognizing when they're not truly homes at all. Dumbledore gestured to the cupboard under the stairs, its small door still ajar, Harry's threadbare blanket visible inside. Hogwarts is calling Harry home because you never made this his. Petunia flushed. Vernon sputtered. So I'd live at Hogwarts? Harry asked, unable to keep the hope from his voice. All the time? As headmaster? Yes, McGonagall said. Though how exactly this will work, with you being so young. She glanced at Dumbledore. We'll need to make arrangements, naturally. The Board of Governors will need to be consulted. The Ministry will certainly involve themselves. And my education? Harry asked, surprising both professors with his practicality. That, said Dumbledore, is an excellent question. One of many we'll need to address. Harry stood up suddenly, feeling more decisive than he'd ever been allowed to be in the Dursley household. I want to go. I want to see Hogwarts. McGonagall looked alarmed. Right now? Mr. Potter, there are preparations to be made. The castle is calling him, Minerva, Dumbledore said softly. Perhaps it's best not to delay. He turned to Harry. Pack your things, Harry. Though I recommend traveling light, Hogwarts will provide what you need. Harry laughed, the sound unfamiliar even to his own ears. Everything I own fits in a school bag, Professor. McGonagall's nostrils flared as she glared at the Dursleys. Disgraceful, she muttered. 10 minutes later, Harry had stuffed his few possessions into his ratty backpack, some overlarge clothes, a pair of broken glasses he'd kept as a spare, and a handful of small treasures he'd accumulated, a shiny stone, a toy soldier missing only one leg, and a tattered picture book he'd rescued from Dudley's second bedroom. When he returned to the living room, Dumbledore was calmly explaining to Vernon and Petunia that yes, Harry would still need to visit Privet Drive occasionally to maintain the blood protection, but no, he would not be living there anymore. "Ready, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, rising from his chair, which vanished the moment he stood. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He was leaving the Dursleys. Going to a magic school. Becoming a headmaster, whatever that meant. It felt like a dream. "We'll be traveling by Portkey," McGonagall explained, producing an ordinary-looking teacup. "It's a magical object that will transport us directly to Hogwarts." "Just touch a finger to it," Dumbledore instructed, doing so himself. Harry reached out hesitantly. McGonagall placed her finger on the cup's handle. "Wait." Dudley suddenly emerged from behind the armchair. "Is he really never coming back?" Harry looked at his cousin in surprise. Was that concern in Dudley's voice? "He'll visit briefly," Dumbledore said. "But his home will now be Hogwarts." Dudley nodded, then blurted out, "Can I have your cupboard for my toys, then?" Harry couldn't help it, he laughed. Some things never changed. "Sure, Big D. It's all yours." 3, 2, 1, McGonagall counted, and Harry felt a hook behind his navel jerk him forward into a whirlwind of color and sound. He landed hard on his knees, gasping. When he looked up, the most magnificent castle he'd ever seen towered before him. Turrets and towers reached toward the sky, windows glittered in the sunlight, and massive doors stood open, as if in welcome. "Hogwarts," Dumbledore said simply. As Harry stared, open-mouthed, the castle seemed to shimmer. The stones of the great entrance hall glowed briefly with golden light. A gentle breeze carried the scent of ancient books, fresh parchment, and something indefinably magical. "It's welcoming you," McGonagall whispered, looking stunned. "In all my years." Dumbledore helped Harry to his feet. "Shall we?" They walked through the massive oak doors into a grand entrance hall. Moving portraits lined the walls, their occupants pointing and whispering as Harry passed. Staircases above them shifted and moved, connecting different landings in an impossible dance of stone and magic. "The Great Hall is through here," Dumbledore gestured to another set of double doors. "The rest of the staff should be gathering for lunch. Perhaps it's best if they hear the news directly." Harry suddenly felt nervous. "What do I say to them?" "The truth, Harry," Dumbledore replied. "That you're as surprised as they will be." McGonagall straightened her hat. "Brace yourself, Mr. Potter. This won't be easy." The doors swung open. The great hall stretched before them, for long tables standing empty without students, and a fifth table on a raised platform where about a dozen adults sat eating. Enchanted candles floated overhead, and the ceiling perfectly mirrored the sunny sky outside. All conversation stopped as they entered. Every head turned toward them. A tiny man with a white beard stood on his chair to see better. "Albus! You're back. We were beginning to worry when the gargoyle wouldn't," he broke off, noticing Harry. "Good heavens, is that?" "Colleagues," Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall, "may I introduce Mr. Harry Potter?" Murmurs broke out immediately. Harry felt his face heat up as everyone stared. "Potter? The Harry Potter? But he's just a child. What's he doing here? Term doesn't start for months, and he's not old enough anyway." A hook-nosed man with greasy black hair and sallow skin stood abruptly. "What is the meaning of this, Headmaster?" His dark eyes fixed on Harry with instant dislike. "Ah, Severus," Dumbledore said calmly. "That's rather the issue at hand. It seems I am no longer headmaster of Hogwarts. Shocked exclamations filled the hall. The hook-nosed man, Severus, looked from Dumbledore to Harry, his expression darkening further. Surely you're not suggesting. I'm suggesting nothing, Dumbledore replied. Hogwarts itself has made its choice quite clear. As if in response, the golden plates on the staff table vanished and reappeared. When they settled, the plate at the center of the table, presumably the headmaster's place, was now directly in front of an empty chair that definitely hadn't been there before. It was smaller than the others, sized perfectly for a 7-year-old boy. A frizzy-haired woman with enormous glasses gasped dramatically. The signs. Just as I predicted. She pointed a shaking finger at Harry. The chosen one arrives as the 7th month dies, in the 7th year of life, to claim the seat of the founders for. Really, Sybil, McGonagall said impatiently. You said nothing of the sort at breakfast. I spoke it in the ethereal realm, the woman insisted, looking offended. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Perhaps a demonstration would help. Minerva, would you escort Harry to the headmaster's office? I believe we'll find it receptive. McGonagall nodded briskly. Come along, Mr. Potter. As they left the great hall, Harry heard the buzz of urgent conversation break out behind them. He almost had to run to keep up with McGonagall's long strides as she led him through corridors, up staircases, including one that moved while they were on it, giving Harry a brief moment of panic, and finally to a stone gargoyle guarding a circular stairway. This is the entrance to the headmaster's, well, your office, McGonagall explained. Normally, it requires a password, but... The moment Harry approached, the gargoyle bowed low. Welcome, Headmaster Potter, it said in a gravelly voice. Hogwarts awaits your guidance. The wall behind the gargoyle split open, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward like an escalator. McGonagall gestured for Harry to step on, following close behind. At the top, they found a polished oak door with a griffin-shaped brass knocker. Before Harry could reach for it, the door swung open of its own accord. Harry gasped. The circular room beyond was filled with fascinating silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke, shelves of books that reached the ceiling, and portraits of witches and wizards who all seemed to be watching him intently. A massive desk dominated the center of the room, with a throne-like chair behind it, though like the one in the Great Hall, this chair had somehow shrunk to Harry's size. Remarkable, McGonagall breathed. When Albus tried to enter this morning, the door remained solid stone. The gargoyle actually growled at him. Harry took a hesitant step into the room. Then another. Nothing exploded or rejected him. In fact, the office seemed to brighten as he entered, the fire in the grate burning more cheerfully, the silver instruments spinning faster. I don't understand, Harry said, turning slowly to take in the room. Why me? What am I supposed to do? One of the portraits, a severe-looking old man with a pointed silver beard, cleared his throat loudly. Young man, approach the desk, if you please. Harry glanced at McGonagall, who nodded encouragingly. He walked to the enormous desk, noticing it was covered in parchments, books, and what looked like student records. Look at the center drawer, the portrait instructed. There should be a letter with the Hogwarts seal. Harry found it immediately, a thick parchment envelope similar to the one that had appeared at Privet Drive, but larger. Breaking the seal, he pulled out several sheets of parchment covered in flowing script. Read it aloud, please, McGonagall said, moving closer. Harry took a deep breath and began, to the staff, governors, and Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, through the combined will of my founders and the magic that sustains me, hereby declare my intention to exercise the ancient right of selection as established in my founding charter. Whereas the current leadership has allowed divisiveness to fester within my walls, ignored the wisdom of the founders, and failed to prepare for the darkness that approaches, whereas the Board of Governors has prioritized political influence over educational excellence, and whereas the Ministry of Magic has increasingly sought to control rather than support magical education, I invoke the Founders Clause, Article 7, which states, should the school ever face existential threat through mismanagement or malice, the castle itself may select a successor of pure intent to guide Hogwarts back to its founding principles. I have chosen Harry James Potter as my headmaster, recognizing in him the qualities valued by all four founders: courage, loyalty, intelligence, and ambition, untainted by prejudice or preconception. Though young in years, his spirit resonates with my deepest magic, and through our bond, both will flourish. This selection is binding and irrevocable under magical law. Attempts to circumvent this decision will result in the withdrawal of Hogwarts' cooperation with any governing body. The transition shall begin immediately. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore shall serve as advisor to the new headmaster until such time as Harry Potter requires no further guidance. So it is written. So it shall be. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry under the seals of Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. The moment Harry finished reading, the four crests at the bottom of the parchment glowed briefly, then a fifth seal appeared, a lightning bolt that matched Harry's scar, surrounded by a circle of tiny runes. McGonagall looked pale. "That's the authentic Founder's seal," she whispered. "I've only seen it once, in the original charter kept in the Ministry archives." "What does it mean, the darkness that approaches?" Harry asked, rereading that line with concern. Before McGonagall could answer, the door to the office opened, and Dumbledore entered, followed by several staff members. The hook-nosed man from earlier, Severus, pushed his way to the front. "This is preposterous," he snapped. "A 7-year-old child cannot be headmaster. Potter hasn't even begun his magical education." "The Founder's clause is quite clear, Severus," Dumbledore said mildly, though his eyes lacked their usual twinkle. "And the magic is unmistakable." "I agree with Severus," squeaked the tiny man Harry had seen standing on his chair earlier. "While I have nothing against young Mr. Potter, of course, the position requires knowledge, experience, which is why I will remain as advisor," Dumbledore interjected smoothly. "I suspect Hogwarts intends for Harry to learn as he leads." A plump, cheerful witch pushed forward. "What about his basic education? The poor dear hasn't even held a wand yet." "Special arrangements will need to be made," McGonagall agreed. "Perhaps a modified curriculum." Harry, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the adults talking over his head, raised his voice. "Excuse me." They all stopped, turning to look at him in surprise. "I don't know why I'm here or what Hogwarts wants from me," Harry said, amazed at his own boldness. "But if I'm supposed to be headmaster, shouldn't I have some say in what happens next?" Dumbledore's eyes regained their twinkle. "Indeed you should, Harry. What would you suggest?" Harry hadn't expected that question. He thought quickly. "Well, I need to learn everything I can about Hogwarts. And magic. And being a headmaster. But I think I should also get to know all of you, since we'll be working together." He looked around at the staff members. "Maybe you could each tell me about your subject and what you think Hogwarts needs most right now." There was a moment of surprised silence, then the plump witch chuckled. "Well, that's more sense than I've heard from some adults in this position. I'm Pomona Sprout, dear, professor of herbology." One by one, the others introduced themselves: Phileas Flitwick, Charms Professor and Ravenclaw Head of House Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Professor and Gryffindor Head of House Severus Snape, Potions Master and Slytherin Head of House, against my better judgment, Headmaster, he added with a sneer that made it clear he refused to take Harry seriously, Poppy Pomfrey, School Matron Rolanda Hooch, Flying Instructor Sybil Trelawney, Divination Professor, who insisted on grasping Harry's hand and predicting both a long life and imminent danger in the same breath, Sylvanus Kettleburn, Care of Magical Creatures Professor, sporting several bandages and a wooden leg, Aurora Sinistra, Astronomy Professor Septima Vector, Arithmancy Professor Bathsheba Babbling, Ancient Runes Professor Cuthbert Binns, a ghost who taught history of magic and seemed confused about why everyone was gathered in the headmaster's office, and I am Albus Dumbledore, the old wizard concluded with a small bow. "Former headmaster," current advisor, and, I hope, your friend." Harry nodded, trying to absorb all the names and faces. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I know this is weird for everyone. It's weird for me too. But I promise I'll try my best." Professor Sprout beamed at him. Professor Flitwick nodded approvingly. Even McGonagall's severe expression softened slightly. Only Snape continued to glare, his dark eyes boring into Harry's with undisguised contempt. "Perhaps," Dumbledore suggested, "we should allow Harry some time to settle in. It's been a rather momentous day for him." The professors agreed, filing out of the office with varying degrees of acceptance. Snape was the last to leave, pausing at the door to deliver a final venomous look that made Harry's stomach twist uncomfortably. "Don't mind Severus," Dumbledore said quietly once they were alone. "He has his reasons." Harry nodded, though he couldn't imagine what those reasons might be. "Professor Dumbledore, Albus, please. I'm no longer your professor, but your advisor." "Albus," Harry tried, the name feeling strange on his tongue. "What happens now?" Dumbledore settled into a conjured armchair across from the desk. "Now, Harry, we begin your education, both as a wizard and as a headmaster. But first," he smiled kindly, "perhaps you'd like to see your new home?" The next hours were a blur as Dumbledore led Harry through a private door in the office to the headmaster's quarters, a comfortable suite of rooms that, like the office chair, had somehow adjusted itself for a 7-year-old occupant. The large four-poster bed was now child-sized, the bookshelves had lower shelves within easy reach, and the bathroom fixtures had all shrunk to accommodate him. "The castle is responding to your needs," Dumbledore explained, watching Harry explore with wide-eyed wonder. "It's truly extraordinary. In all my years as headmaster, Hogwarts never altered itself for me." Harry ran his hand along a stone wall, feeling a strange warmth beneath his fingers. "It's like it's alive." "In a sense, it is. The founders imbued these walls with powerful magic, and over 1,000 years of magical education has only strengthened it." Dumbledore paused, studying Harry thoughtfully. "I believe Hogwarts has been waiting for you, Harry." "But why me?" Harry asked, the question that had been burning in his mind all day. "I'm nobody special." "On the contrary," Dumbledore replied. "You are very special indeed. Not only because of what happened when you were a baby, but because of who you are at heart." He tapped Harry's chest gently. "I suspect Hogwarts recognizes something in you that even I have missed. And I am very eager to discover what that might be." Later, after Dumbledore had left him to rest, Harry stood at the window of his new bedroom, gazing out over the sprawling Hogwarts grounds. The sun was setting, painting the black lake with gold and crimson. In the distance, a dark forest stretched toward mountains that faded into twilight. "I don't know what you want from me," Harry whispered to the castle, "but I'll try not to let you down." He could have sworn he felt the stones hum beneath his feet in response. The next morning brought fresh challenges in the form of an official from the Ministry of Magic. Harry was barely through his breakfast, served in his quarters by excitable creatures called house elves who practically wept with joy at meeting the great Harry Potter, Sir, when McGonagall arrived to inform him that Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic himself, demanded an immediate meeting. "He's quite upset," McGonagall said, lips pursed disapprovingly. Arrived with an entourage, including Dolores Umbridge. Harry gulped down the last of his pumpkin juice, which he decided was delicious after initial skepticism. "Who's Dolores Umbridge?" "Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. A thoroughly unpleasant woman with a particular dislike of part humans and children. I suggest you be cautious." "Should Albus, be there too?" McGonagall nodded. "He's already meeting them in your office. I've come to escort you." When Harry entered the headmaster's office, he found Dumbledore engaged in seemingly pleasant conversation with a portly man in a pinstriped suit and a lime green bowler hat. Beside him stood a squat woman who reminded Harry strongly of a toad, dressed entirely in pink with a black velvet bow perched on her curly hair. "Ah, here he is now," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Harry, may I present Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, and Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary." Fudge stared at Harry with unconcealed disbelief. Good heavens, he really is just a child. He turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, this has gone far enough. The Ministry cannot possibly recognize a 7-year-old as headmaster of Hogwarts." "I'm afraid, Cornelius, that the Ministry's recognition is not required," Dumbledore replied calmly. "The Founders' Clause supersedes all subsequent governance agreements." Umbridge interrupted with a girlish cough that immediately set Harry's teeth on edge. "Surely you don't expect us to believe that a building made a decision. The logical explanation is that someone, perhaps yourself, Dumbledore, has enchanted the castle to create this theatrical display." Harry felt a surge of indignation on Hogwarts' behalf. Before he could speak, however, the stone floor beneath Umbridge's feet suddenly shifted. She stumbled, nearly falling, and the floor smoothed out again as soon as she regained her balance. "What in Merlin's name?" Fudge exclaimed. "The castle responds to perceived threats," Dumbledore explained mildly. "I'd advise against insulting its intelligence or agency, Dolores." Umbridge's toad-like face flushed an ugly shade of puce. "This is absurd." "Minister, we cannot allow, Minister Fudge," Harry interrupted, deciding it was time to speak for himself. "I didn't ask for this. But Hogwarts chose me, and I'm going to do my best to understand why and to help the school however I can." Fudge blinked at being addressed so directly by a child. Well, that's all very admirable, my boy, but, I think if Hogwarts went to all this trouble," Harry continued, "there must be a good reason. Don't you want to know what that reason is?" "The boy has a point, Cornelius," Dumbledore said. "Besides, as I've explained, I will remain as advisor. The day-to-day operations of the school will continue much as before, with Harry learning and gradually taking on more responsibility as he grows." Fudge tugged at his collar uncomfortably. "The Board of Governors will need to be consulted. And there are protocols, procedures, all of which are superseded by the Founders' Clause," Dumbledore repeated patiently. Umbridge's saccharine smile didn't reach her cold eyes. "Perhaps a compromise? The Ministry could appoint a special educational advisor to oversee the transition and ensure young Mr. Potter receives proper guidance." Harry immediately disliked the sound of that. McGonagall apparently agreed, as she made a small noise of protest from her position by the door. "I'm sure that won't be necessary," Dumbledore said smoothly. As Harry's magical guardian, about that, Umbridge interrupted. "Given these extraordinary circumstances, the Ministry may need to re-evaluate Mr. Potter's guardianship arrangements." Harry felt a spike of alarm. "You can't send me back to the Dursleys." "The blood protection remains essential," Dumbledore said, a new edge to his voice. "And as I've explained, Harry will still visit Privet Drive periodically to maintain it. But Hogwarts has claimed him as its headmaster, and that position traditionally includes residence within the castle." Fudge looked increasingly flustered. "This is all highly irregular. I'll need to consult with the Wisingamat, the Educational Decree Committee." "Of course," Dumbledore agreed. "In the meantime, perhaps we can agree to a probationary period. Allow Harry to assume the role with appropriate supervision, assess the situation in, say, 3 months. Fudge seized the suggestion like a drowning man grabbing a rope. Yes, a trial period. Perfectly sensible. With weekly reports to the Ministry, Umbridge added quickly. Monthly, McGonagall countered. Bi-weekly, Fudge compromised. Harry watched this tennis match of negotiations with growing understanding. This, he realized, was politics, adults making deals and finding middle ground when no one could get exactly what they wanted. He filed the observation away for future reference. After more discussion and several cups of tea, provided by an eager house elf named Tibby, Fudge and Umbridge finally departed, carrying copies of the Hogwarts Charter and the letter from the Founder's Seal for further review. That went better than expected, Dumbledore remarked once they were gone. "They'll be back," McGonagall predicted grimly. "With reinforcements." Harry slumped into the headmaster's chair, suddenly tired. What was all that about guardianship? Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances. "In the wizarding world, Harry," Dumbledore explained, "I have been your magical guardian since your parents' death. It's a legal position that gives me authority over your magical education and welfare. The Ministry might try to change that, given the unusual circumstances." "Can they?" "They can try," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "But as you've seen, Hogwarts can be quite persuasive when it chooses to be." As if in agreement, the fire in the grate blazed higher for a moment. Harry smiled, beginning to appreciate the castle's way of communicating. "So what happens now?" "Now," McGonagall said briskly, "we begin your education. You have much to learn, both as a wizard and as a headmaster." "We'll need to create a special curriculum," Dumbledore mused. "Core magical subjects, of course, but also history of Hogwarts, magical law, administrative procedures, and we'll need to prepare for the arrival of students in September," McGonagall added. "The staff will expect guidance on curriculum, Mr. Potter will need to approve the budget for the coming year, and there's the matter of the vacant defense against the dark arts position." Harry's eyes widened as they rattled off the enormous list of responsibilities. "But I don't know how to do any of that." "You'll learn," Dumbledore assured him. "And you won't be alone. Every member of staff has their role in running Hogwarts. Your job, Harry, is not to do everything yourself, but to guide, to make final decisions when necessary, and to embody the spirit of Hogwarts." "That last part shouldn't be difficult," McGonagall observed with a rare smile. "The castle clearly believes you already do." For the first time, Harry felt a glimmer of confidence. Hogwarts had chosen him. There must be a reason, even if he didn't understand it yet. And until he did, he'd just have to trust the castle's judgment and do his best. "Okay," he said, sitting up straighter. "Where do we start?" The next weeks flew by in a whirlwind of lessons, meetings, and discoveries. Every morning, Harry had individual tutoring with different professors, charms with tiny Professor Flitwick, who was delighted by Harry's natural aptitude, transfiguration with McGonagall, who remained strict but showed flickers of approval when Harry mastered a new concept, potions with Snape, who seemed determined to find fault with everything Harry did but grudgingly admitted he wasn't completely hopeless, and various introductory sessions with the other professors. Afternoons were devoted to learning the administrative side of running Hogwarts, with Dumbledore patiently explaining everything from the school's budget to the process for hiring staff. Harry found he had a natural instinct for some aspects of leadership. He quickly grasped how to delegate tasks to those best suited for them and showed a surprising talent for resolving conflicts between staff members. "You have your mother's diplomacy," Dumbledore observed one afternoon after Harry had successfully mediated a dispute between Professors Trelawney and Vector about classroom space. Lily could always find the common ground between opposing viewpoints. Harry treasured these small insights into his parents. McGonagall, too, occasionally shared stories about James Potter's transfiguration talent or Lily Evans' skill with charms. Even grumpy Professor Kettleburn had a tale about James helping to recapture an escaped Niffler during his 6th year. Only Snape never mentioned Harry's parents, though sometimes Harry caught the potions master watching him with an unreadable expression that wasn't quite the usual contempt. Throughout it all, Harry became increasingly aware of Hogwarts itself as a presence. The castle responded to his needs in subtle ways. Corridors rearranged themselves to shorten his journey between distant classrooms, books he needed would fall open to the relevant page when he entered the library, and once, when he got lost in the dungeons, torches lit up in sequence to guide him back to the main staircase. "The castle has never been this interactive," Flitwick squeaked excitedly when Harry mentioned these occurrences. "It's as if it's teaching you, in its own way." Indeed, Harry sometimes felt he was learning as much from Hogwarts directly as from his human teachers. Late at night, when the castle was quiet, he'd often wander the corridors, trailing his fingers along the ancient stone walls and listening to what felt like whispered secrets in the rustle of tapestries and the creak of suits of armor. It was during one such nighttime exploration, about 3 weeks after his arrival, that Harry discovered the room of requirement. He'd been thinking about his parents, wondering what they would think of him becoming headmaster at such a young age, when he found himself in an unfamiliar corridor on the 7th floor. Pacing back and forth, lost in thought, he nearly jumped out of his skin when a door materialized in the previously blank wall. Curiosity overcame caution. Harry pushed the door open and gasped. The room beyond was filled with photographs, letters, and personal items that had belonged to Lily and James Potter. Photo albums lay open on tables, showing his parents laughing, dancing, holding baby Harry. Letters in his mother's neat handwriting and his father's more casual scrawl were carefully preserved under glass. There were even a few of their school things, textbooks with notes in the margins, James's Quidditch uniform, Lily's prefect badge. Harry moved through the room in a daze, tears streaming down his face as he absorbed these precious glimpses of the parents he couldn't remember. A soft caw from the doorway startled him. He turned to find Dumbledore watching with a gentle expression. "I see you've discovered the room of requirement," the old wizard said quietly, stepping inside. "It becomes whatever the seeker needs most at that moment." "I was thinking about my parents," Harry explained, wiping his eyes. "Wondering what they were like, what they'd think of all this." Dumbledore moved to stand beside him, gazing at a photograph of James and Lily on their wedding day. "They would be immensely proud of you, Harry. Never doubt that. Even though I'm doing this job that should be yours." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I admit I was rather attached to being headmaster. But I'm old enough to recognize when the universe has other plans." He picked up a small golden snitch from a display case. "Your father would have found the whole situation enormously entertaining, I think." James Potter had a great appreciation for the unexpected. "And my mom?" "Lily would have worried, as mothers do. But she would have supported you completely, while making sure you still had time to simply be a child." Dumbledore set the snitch down carefully. "Which reminds me, we've been working you rather hard these past weeks. Perhaps it's time for a day of recreation." Harry's interest piqued immediately. "What kind of recreation?" The answer came the next morning when Harry arrived at breakfast to find a brand new Nimbus 1700 broomstick propped against his chair. "Every wizard should know how to fly," Dumbledore announced. "And your father was one of the finest Quidditch players Hogwarts has ever seen." And so, under Madame Hooch's watchful eye, Harry took to the air for the first time. The sensation was indescribable, freedom, joy, and a bone-deep rightness that made Harry laugh aloud as he swooped and soared above the Quidditch pitch. "Natural talent," Hooch called approvingly as Harry executed a perfect dive and pull-up. "Just like your father." Even McGonagall, watching from the stands, allowed herself a rare smile. "James Potter would be strutting like a peacock if he could see you now," she commented when Harry finally landed, windswept and grinning. "Though I hope you'll remember that being headmaster means setting an example of responsible flying when the term begins." Harry nodded, still buzzing with the thrill of flight. "I'll be careful, Professor." Then, unable to contain his enthusiasm, "But can we do this again tomorrow?" Flying became Harry's favorite escape from the increasing pressures of his position. As July turned to August, the reality of the approaching school year loomed larger. There were budgets to finalize, curriculum changes to approve, and 1,000 logistical details that made Harry's head spin despite Dumbledore's guidance. The Board of Governors, after initial resistance, had reluctantly accepted the situation on a provisional basis, though several members made their skepticism abundantly clear during a tense meeting in the Great Hall. "The boy doesn't even know our traditions," blustered an elderly wizard named Parkinson. "How can he possibly uphold the standards of Hogwarts?" "Perhaps," drawled a long-haired blonde man named Lucius Malfoy, "the castle has confused the boy who lived with a boy who can lead." Harry, sitting straight in the headmaster's chair that had once again adjusted itself to his size, felt a flash of anger. "I may not know all your traditions yet, Mr. Malfoy," he said clearly, "but I'm learning. And Hogwarts seems to think I can do this job, or it wouldn't have chosen me." Several governors looked surprised at his direct response. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. "Spirited, aren't you, Potter? Let's hope that spirit includes respect for the old ways." Before Harry could respond, the stone floor beneath Malfoy's chair groaned ominously. The blonde wizard paled slightly and shifted his weight. "As you can see," Dumbledore interjected smoothly, "Hogwarts itself continues to express confidence in Headmaster Potter's ability to honor its traditions." The meeting proceeded more cautiously after that, with the governors agreeing to defer major policy decisions to Dumbledore as senior advisor, while maintaining Harry's formal title as headmaster. "Politics," Dumbledore explained afterward, "is often about finding language that allows everyone to feel they've won something, even when the fundamental reality remains unchanged." Harry was learning that Dumbledore's lessons extended far beyond magic and administration. The old wizard taught by example, showing Harry how to listen more than he spoke, how to find common ground with those who opposed him, and when to stand firm on principles that couldn't be compromised. Not every lesson came from Dumbledore, however. Harry found himself absorbing wisdom from each of the staff members. McGonagall taught precision and the value of maintaining high standards. Flitwick demonstrated how enthusiasm and encouragement could bring out the best in others. Sprout showed the importance of nurturing growth with patience and care. Even Snape, despite his persistent coldness, imparted valuable insights about attention to detail and not accepting mediocrity. The castle, too, continued its own form of education. Harry discovered that by placing his hand on the walls and focusing his thoughts, he could sometimes communicate directly with Hogwarts, not in words, exactly, but in impressions and emotions that grew clearer with practice. "The founders built Hogwarts to be more than stone and magic," Dumbledore explained when Harry described these experiences. "They imbued it with a kind of sentience, not quite a person, but more than merely a place." "Is that why it can choose its own headmaster?" Harry asked. "The Founders' Clause was created as a safeguard, to be invoked only in dire circumstances," Dumbledore replied, looking thoughtful. "That it has been activated now, after 1,000 years, concerns me." "Because of the darkness approaching," the letter mentioned. Dumbledore nodded. "Hogwarts sees things we cannot, Harry. Threads of fate that stretch into the future. If it believes danger is coming, we would be wise to prepare." That conversation led to another addition to Harry's already full schedule, lessons in defense against the dark arts, taught by Dumbledore himself. These sessions were often the most interesting of Harry's day, focusing not just on defensive spells, which Harry took to with surprising ease, but on recognizing dark magic, understanding its allure, and developing the moral compass to resist it. The difference between light and dark, Dumbledore told him during one such lesson, is not always in the spell itself, but in the intent behind it. "Remember that, Harry. Intent matters more than incantation." August brought another challenge in the form of Dolores Umbridge, who returned to announce that the Ministry had appointed her as High Inquisitor to oversee Harry's probationary period as headmaster. "The Minister feels," she simpered during their first meeting, "that young Mr. Potter would benefit from more structured guidance than Dumbledore provides." "The castle won't like that," Harry warned, remembering how the floor had shifted beneath her feet during her last visit. Umbridge's smile didn't reach her cold eyes. "The Minister has authorized me to implement certain controls on the castle's more disruptive tendencies." As if in response, the windows in the headmaster's office rattled violently. "I wouldn't recommend trying to control Hogwarts," Dumbledore advised mildly. "The castle tends to take such attempts personally." Umbridge ignored him, producing a thick stack of parchments. "These educational decrees will establish a proper framework for Mr. Potter's tenure. I'll need them signed immediately." Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. "I think," Harry said carefully, "I should read them first. And discuss them with my advisors." Umbridge's smile tightened. "That won't be necessary. The Ministry has already determined." "I'm still headmaster," Harry interrupted, surprising himself with his firmness. "And I don't sign things without reading them." A tense standoff followed, which ended only when a heavy stone gargoyle mysteriously detached itself from the wall and crashed to the floor inches from Umbridge's feet. The High Inquisitor departed shortly after, promising to return with ministry enforcement if necessary. "She'll be trouble," McGonagall predicted grimly when Harry recounted the meeting during their Transfiguration lesson that afternoon. Harry nodded. "Hogwarts really doesn't like her. With good reason. Umbridge has sponsored some of the most regressive anti-creature legislation in recent memory. She'd have us reject half our students if she could." "She can't do that," Harry said firmly. "Hogwarts is for everyone with magic. That's what the founders wanted." McGonagall gave him a rare smile. "Perhaps that's why the castle chose you, Mr. Potter." As August drew to a close, Harry found himself increasingly preoccupied with the imminent arrival of students. In just days, hundreds of young witches and wizards would descend on Hogwarts, including first-years his own age, who would surely find it strange to have appear as their headmaster. "What if they don't respect me?" Harry asked Dumbledore as they reviewed the start-of-term arrangements. "Respect is earned, not given automatically with a title," Dumbledore replied. "Show them your compassion, your fairness, and your commitment to Hogwarts, and respect will follow." Harry wasn't convinced. "But I'm just a kid." "A kid who has already stood his ground against the Minister for Magic, won over most of the Hogwarts staff, and formed a bond with the castle itself that surpasses any headmaster in living memory," Dumbledore countered. "Give yourself some credit, Harry." Before Harry could respond, the door to the office burst open. Professor Trelawney stood swaying in the doorway, her eyes unfocused behind her enormous glasses. "Sybil." Dumbledore rose, concerned. "Are you unwell?" Trelawney didn't seem to hear him. She stepped forward jerkily, her body rigid, and when she spoke, her voice was harsh and deep, nothing like her usual dreamy tones. "The one with the power to unite the houses approaches. Born to those who thrice defied the Dark Lord, born as the seventh month dies. The castle has chosen him as its champion. He will forge new paths where old barriers stand. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to unite the houses approaches." Trelawney gasped, then coughed, her body relaxing. She blinked at them confusedly. "I'm sorry, Headmaster, Albus. I must have drifted off. The inner eye sometimes pulls me into trances." She trailed off, noticing their expressions. "Is something wrong?" "Not at all, Sybil," Dumbledore said smoothly, though Harry noticed his hand trembled slightly as he guided the divination professor to a chair. "You were about to tell us about the tea leaves you read this morning." "Oh. Yes, most disturbing patterns. I saw a falcon, a deadly enemy, you know, and what might have been a club, signifying an attack." She rambled on, apparently unaware of what had just happened. Harry caught Dumbledore's eye, silently questioning. The old wizard gave a tiny shake of his head, indicating they would discuss it later. After Trelawney departed, convinced she had delivered an important warning about the house elf Tibby's impending head cold, Dumbledore closed the office door and cast several privacy spells before turning to Harry with an unusually grave expression. "What you just witnessed was a true prophecy, Sybil's second in my presence. The first." He hesitated, "concerned you and Voldemort, delivered shortly before your birth." Harry's heart raced. "The first one came true." "Partially. Prophecies are curious things, Harry. They can be fulfilled in various ways, influenced by the choices people make after hearing them." Dumbledore sighed heavily. "I believe Voldemort learned of the first prophecy and acted upon it, targeting your parents and attempting to kill you as a result." "And this new one?" Harry asked, trying to remember the exact words. "It mentioned the Dark Lord marking me as his equal." His hand went instinctively to his lightning scar. Dumbledore nodded. "It appears to expand upon the original prophecy, suggesting that your role as Hogwarts champion is somehow connected to your eventual confrontation with Voldemort." "But Voldemort's gone," Harry protested. "You said the curse rebounded and destroyed him." I said it destroyed his body and power, Dumbledore corrected gently. I have long suspected that Voldemort took certain precautions against true death. This prophecy seems to confirm my fears that he will return. Harry sank into his chair, suddenly feeling very much like a 7-year-old boy rather than a headmaster. So the darkness approaching that Hogwarts mentioned may well be Voldemort, yes. And perhaps the castle chose you not only for what you are now, but for what you must become to face that darkness when it arrives. But I'm just, no, Harry, Dumbledore interrupted firmly. You are not just anything. You are exactly who and what Hogwarts needs right now. The prophecy confirms it. Harry took a deep breath, trying to absorb this new information. The part about uniting the houses. Is that why Hogwarts chose me instead of you? A flicker of something, regret, sadness, passed over Dumbledore's face. Perhaps. In recent years, the division between houses has deepened, particularly between Slytherin and the others. I have not been as successful in bridging that divide as I might have wished. And you think I can? Hogwarts believes you can. And after these weeks working with you, I'm inclined to agree. Dumbledore smiled, though his eyes remained serious. You see people for who they truly are, Harry, not for the houses or traditions or prejudices they represent. That is a rare gift. Harry nodded slowly, thinking of the professors he'd come to know, Slytherins like Snape alongside Gryffindors like McGonagall, all dedicated to Hogwarts in their own ways despite their differences. So what do we do now? We continue as we have been, Dumbledore replied. Preparing you both as a wizard and as a headmaster. But perhaps with a greater emphasis on defense against the dark arts and the history of Tom Riddle, the boy who became Lord Voldemort. Harry straightened in his chair, feeling a new sense of purpose alongside the fear. Okay. I'm ready to learn. I know you are, Harry. And that, perhaps, is why Hogwarts chose you above all others. As if in agreement, the castle's stones hummed beneath them, a sound like distant music that filled Harry with warmth and determination. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether from the Ministry, the returning students, or even Voldemort himself, he wouldn't face them alone. Hogwarts had chosen him. And Harry was beginning to understand why. Chapter 2, Taking the Reins. September 1st arrived with a spectacular sunrise that painted the Hogwarts towers in shades of gold and crimson. Harry stood at his office window, watching the light spread across the grounds, his stomach doing nervous flips. After weeks of preparation, the students would arrive today. Hundreds of kids, many older than him, all expecting a proper headmaster. You can do this, he whispered to himself, adjusting the new emerald green robes McGonagall had insisted he wear for the occasion. They were the smallest formal robes the school had, but still needed magical alterations to fit his 7-year-old frame. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Dumbledore entered, wearing magnificent purple robes embroidered with silver stars. Ready for the big day, Harry? Not really, Harry admitted. What if they laugh at me? Or don't listen? Then you'll handle it as you've handled everything else these past weeks, with courage and common sense. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Besides, the castle has made certain arrangements to ensure your authority is respected. What kind of arrangements? You'll see. Dumbledore checked a peculiar watch with 12 hands and tiny planets moving around its face. The train will arrive in 8 hours. Plenty of time for a final review of the welcome speech and perhaps a flying break to settle your nerves. Harry grinned. Flying had become his favorite stress reliever. Brilliant. Later, with the speech memorized and his nerves temporarily calmed by an exhilarating hour on his broomstick, Harry met with the Hogwarts staff in the Great Hall. The 4 long house tables gleamed with fresh polish, and enchanted candles floated above, ready to illuminate the evening feast. Remember, McGonagall instructed as they reviewed the welcoming procedure, students will be sorted before you make your address. Professor Dumbledore will introduce you, then you'll give your welcome. Short and confident, just as we practiced. Harry nodded, swallowing hard. And the ghosts know to wait until after the sorting this year. Nearly headless Nick is ensuring they comply. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. You'll do fine, Mr. Potter. The castle chose wisely. Even Snape, who'd maintained a frosty distance throughout Harry's training, offered what might have been intended as encouragement. Try not to stammer, Potter. The students smell fear. Thanks, Professor Snape, Harry replied, fighting a smile. He'd learned that Snape's bark was often worse than his bite. The hours crawled by, each minute stretching like taffy. Harry reviewed his speech again, checked his robes for the 10th time, and finally retreated to the headmaster's office, where he sat in the large chair, which now adjusted to his height automatically, and placed his palms flat on the desk. We can do this, he told the castle, feeling the familiar warm hum in response. Over the weeks, his connection with Hogwarts had strengthened to the point where he sometimes felt he could almost understand what it was trying to communicate, not in words, but in feelings and impressions that grew clearer with practice. Right now, the castle seemed excited. Eager, certainly, with a vibrating energy that reminded Harry of himself on Christmas morning during the rare occasions when the Dursleys had actually given him a present. You've missed the students, haven't you? He guessed, smiling as the stones hummed in what felt like agreement. A knock interrupted their communion. It's time, Mr. Potter, McGonagall called. The carriages are approaching. Harry took a deep breath, stood, and straightened his robes one final time. Here goes nothing. The great hall buzzed with excited chatter as students filed in, many stopping mid-sentence to stare at the staff table where Harry sat in the ornate central chair. It had transformed itself again, still sized for him but now elevated so he wasn't completely hidden behind the table. The chair's back had morphed into an impressive throne-like structure featuring the Hogwarts crest with all 4 house animals animated and moving. Is that a kid? Why is he sitting in the headmaster's chair? That's Harry Potter. My dad told me Dumbledore's out. No way. He can't be more than 8. The whispers reached Harry even across the hall. He tried to look confident despite the butterflies in his stomach, grateful for Dumbledore's reassuring presence on his right and McGonagall's stern protection on his left. When the last students had taken their seats, McGonagall stood and walked to the front where the sorting hat waited on its stool. The first years entered, looking terrified, though their expressions turned to confusion when they spotted Harry. The sorting hat sang its traditional song, but with a new verse that made Harry sit up straighter. This year brings change unprecedented, a headmaster the castle selected, young in years but old in heart, Potter will guide us to a fresh start. The Founders 4 have spoken through stone, Hogwarts itself has claimed its own. Heed his words though he be small, for magic chose him above all. The hall fell silent as the hat finished. Harry felt hundreds of eyes boring into him. Dumbledore nodded encouragingly. The sorting proceeded, each new student looking increasingly confused when they realized the small boy in the headmaster's chair wasn't just a strange decoration. When the last first year had been sorted, Zabini, blazed to Slytherin, Dumbledore stood. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, he announced cheerfully. Before we begin our feast, I have an important announcement. After many years, I am no longer serving as headmaster of Hogwarts. Gasps and exclamations filled the hall. Dumbledore waited for silence. Instead, through ancient magic invoked by Hogwarts itself, the castle has selected a new headmaster. He gestured to Harry. It is my privilege to introduce Headmaster Harry Potter. The hall erupted. Some students laughed, assuming it was a joke. Others shouted questions or objections. At the Slytherin table, a blond boy who resembled Lucius Malfoy snickered loudly. Harry stood, his legs trembling slightly. The moment he rose, something extraordinary happened. The castle's magic surged around him, creating a soft golden glow that silenced the room instantly. When he spoke, his voice carried effortlessly to every corner. I know this is weird, he began, abandoning his formal speech for honesty. I'm 7. I've never been to school before. I only learned about magic a month ago. But Hogwarts chose me, and I've been working really hard to learn how to be a good headmaster for all of you." He paused, scanning the silent faces. "I don't expect you to respect me just because I'm sitting in this chair. I'll have to earn that. But I hope you'll give me a chance. Because Hogwarts is amazing, and I want to make sure it stays that way for everyone, no matter what house you're in, where you come from, or what kind of magic you're good at." The silence held for a heartbeat longer, then a Hufflepuff prefect started clapping. Others joined in, tentatively at first, then with growing enthusiasm. Not everyone participated, the Slytherin table remained notably reserved, and many older students looked skeptical, but it was a better reception than Harry had dared hope for. He sat down, legs practically giving out beneath him. "Well done," Dumbledore murmured. "Simple, honest, and from the heart. Precisely what was needed." McGonagall nodded approvingly. Even Snape looked marginally less sour than usual. "Let the feast begin," Harry announced, using the traditional phrase Dumbledore had taught him. Food appeared on the golden plates, momentarily distracting the students from their unusual new headmaster. As the meal progressed, Harry observed the 4 house tables, noting the distinct differences in atmosphere. The Gryffindors were boisterous, the Hufflepuffs welcoming to their new members, the Ravenclaws engaged in what appeared to be serious discussions, and the Slytherins kept glancing his way with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. "Professor Snape," Harry said quietly, leaning toward the potions master, "your house doesn't seem very happy about me." Snape's lip curled. "Slytherins respect power and tradition, Potter. You represent neither in their eyes, yet. How do I change that?" Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes, surprise, perhaps, that Harry would ask his advice. "Show them you're worthy of the position. Not through grand gestures, but through consistent competence." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Professor." The feast concluded with dessert and announcements about forbidden items, an extensive list courtesy of caretaker Argus Filch, and out-of-bounds areas, the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side, which Dumbledore had insisted remain restricted for reasons he wouldn't fully explain to Harry. As the prefects led students to their dormitories, McGonagall turned to Harry. "You survived your first official function as headmaster, Mr. Potter. How do you feel?" "Like I might throw up all the treacle tart I just ate," Harry admitted, making her lips twitch in almost smile. "A common reaction to public speaking. It will pass with practice." She stood. "Get some rest. Tomorrow, the real work begins." The real work, it turned out, involved an exhausting schedule that barely left Harry time to breathe. Mornings were devoted to his own magical education, private lessons with each professor to cover the basics he would need both as a wizard and as headmaster. Afternoons brought administrative duties, meetings with staff, correspondence with the ministry and parents, and the constant stream of decisions required to keep a magical school running smoothly. Dumbledore had created a modified schedule that allowed Harry to observe regular classes when possible, so he could learn alongside students his own age while still fulfilling his headmaster responsibilities. It was during one such observation of a first-year potions class that Harry faced his first real challenge from the student body. He sat quietly at the back of the dungeon classroom, watching Snape terrorize the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years as they attempted to brew a simple potion for curing boils. The blonde Slytherin boy, Draco Malfoy, Harry had learned, kept glancing back at him with narrowed eyes. When Snape stepped out briefly to fetch additional ingredients, Malfoy made his move. "So, Potter," he drawled, turning in his seat to face Harry. "How'd you really get the headmaster job? Did Dumbledore feel sorry for the poor orphan boy?" The Slytherins snickered. The Gryffindors looked nervous. Harry had been expecting something like this. "The castle chose me, Malfoy. I didn't ask for the job." "Right," Malfoy rolled his eyes. "A building chose you. More likely someone's using you as a puppet." "My father says, your father was there when the Board of Governors tested me," Harry interrupted calmly. He saw what happened when he questioned my appointment. Malfoy flushed pink. Lucius must have told his son about how the castle had made its displeasure known. A red-headed Gryffindor boy, Ron Weasley, snorted with laughter. What happened? Before Harry could answer, Malfoy spun around. Shut it, Weasley. At least my father can afford proper robes. Ron's ears turned crimson. Harry felt a flash of anger. He knew what it was like to be mocked for things beyond his control. That's enough, Malfoy, he said, keeping his voice level but firm. Insulting other students isn't acceptable. Oh. What are you going to do about it, Potter? Give me detention. Doc points. Malfoy sneered. You're not a real headmaster. You're just a kid playing dress-up. Several Slytherins nodded in agreement. Even some Gryffindors looked like they privately agreed, though they didn't voice it. Harry stood slowly. He'd prepared for this moment, rehearsing with Dumbledore how to establish authority without bullying. Before he could speak, however, the dungeon walls groaned. A low rumbling vibrated through the stone floor. The jars of potions' ingredients on Snape's shelves clinked against each other ominously. Everyone froze. Malfoy's smirk faltered. I wouldn't have done anything, Harry said quietly. But Hogwarts doesn't like it when people disrespect its headmaster. As if on cue, the floor beneath Malfoy's chair shifted slightly, tilting just enough to make him grab his desk for balance. The movement was subtle but unmistakable, and clearly targeted. The classroom fell silent. Even the Gryffindors looked uneasy now. The castle protects me, Harry continued, feeling the warm hum of Hogwarts beneath his feet. But I don't want protection from honest questions or even criticism. I just want respect, the same respect you'd show any other student or professor. Can we agree on that? Malfoy stared at him, a mixture of anger and uncertainty in his pale eyes. Finally, he gave a stiff nod. Good. Harry sat back down. And 5 points to Slytherin for asking a valid question about authority, even if the delivery could use work. Surprise flickered across several faces. They'd clearly expected punishment, not points. The tension in the room eased slightly. Snape chose that moment to return, his dark eyes sweeping the suspiciously quiet classroom. Is there a problem? He asked silkily. No, Professor, Harry answered before anyone else could. Just a healthy debate about leadership. I think we've reached an understanding. Snape raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. As the lesson resumed, Harry caught Malfoy looking at him with what might have been grudging re-evaluation. It wasn't respect, not yet, but it was a start. As September progressed, Harry settled into a routine that balanced his dual roles as student and headmaster. Mornings were dedicated to core magical subjects, where he showed a natural aptitude for charms and defense against the dark arts, reasonable talent in transfiguration, and a surprising gift for herbology. Only potions remained frustrating, with Snape breathing down his neck and making cutting remarks about his technique. Your father was similarly ham-handed, Snape commented acidly after Harry's shrinking solution turned orange instead of green. Though your mother had a natural touch with potions. Harry perked up at the mention of his mother. Did you know her well? Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes, pain, perhaps, or memory. We were acquainted. Now focus, Potter. Stir counterclockwise, not whatever random direction suits your fancy. These tiny glimpses into his parents' lives were precious to Harry, who collected them like treasures. McGonagall occasionally mentioned James Potter's transfiguration skills or Quidditch prowess. Flitwick beamed when telling Harry how Lily Evans had mastered charms that challenged even 7th years. Even Hagrid, the groundskeeper with whom Harry had formed a fast friendship, shared stories of helping James and his friends out of various scrapes. Afternoons brought the more challenging aspects of headship. Harry presided over staff meetings where budget allocations were debated, with McGonagall's guidance on parliamentary procedure, reviewed curriculum changes, mostly deferring to Dumbledore's judgment, and handled a steady stream of OWL correspondence from parents, the ministry, and the Board of Governors. The ministry remained a particular thorn in Harry's side, mainly in the form of Dolores Umbridge, who had taken up residence in a guest suite and insisted on observing Harry's activities, for quality assurance purposes. Her presence made the castle itself seem irritable, with doors sticking when she approached and the occasional suit of armor mysteriously toppling in her path. The minister is most concerned about educational standards, she simpered during one particularly tedious meeting. Hem. Perhaps a standardized testing regime would help ensure Mr. Potter is receiving proper instruction. Hogwarts already has OWLS and NEWTS, Harry pointed out. And I'll take them when I'm the right age, just like everyone else. But you're not like everyone else, are you, Mr. Potter? Umbridge's toad-like smile widened. You've been placed in a position of authority without the proper qualifications. The ministry has a responsibility to ensure you're not falling behind. Harry felt a flash of irritation. I'm not falling behind. I'm actually ahead in most subjects. So you say, Umbridge pulled out a pink clipboard. But without objective measurement, test him, McGonagall interrupted sharply. She had taken to attending all meetings with Umbridge after the woman had reduced a first-year Hufflepuff to tears over her Muggle-style backpack. Right now. Choose any first-year spell from the approved curriculum. If Mr. Potter can perform it, perhaps you'll redirect your concern to matters that actually need attention. Umbridge's smile faltered slightly. I hardly think an impromptu examination, afraid he'll pass. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Harry suppressed a grin. He'd discovered that McGonagall's protective streak extended to all her Gryffindors, but especially to him as both student and headmaster. She never coddled him, but she defended him fiercely when needed. Very well, Umbridge sniffed, flipping through a small handbook. The levitation charm is covered in the first term. Mr. Potter, if you would demonstrate. Harry withdrew the holly and phoenix feather wand that had chosen him during a special trip to Ollivanders. He pointed it at the teacup on Umbridge's side of the desk. Wingardium Leviosa. The cup rose smoothly into the air, hovered for several seconds, and settled back down without spilling a drop. Acceptable, Umbridge conceded. But a simple charm hardly demonstrates, Expelliarmus, Harry said clearly, flicking his wand before she could finish. Umbridge's clipboard flew from her grasp into Harry's waiting hand. Disarming charm, second-year curriculum. Professor Flitwick says my casting is remarkably precise. McGonagall's lips twitched. Perhaps you'd like to see his transfiguration work as well, Dolores. He managed to turn a matchstick into a needle on his third attempt, faster than many pure-blood students with years of magical exposure. Umbridge snatched back her clipboard, a flush of anger coloring her cheeks. This impertinence only confirms my concerns about discipline standards. The minister will hear about this disrespect for ministry authority. Please do tell him, Harry said, surprising himself with his boldness. And mention that Hogwarts managed just fine for 1,000 years before the ministry decided to interfere. As if in agreement, the stone gargoyle by the door gave Umbridge a toothy grin when she stormed out. That, McGonagall said once the door had closed, was perhaps unwise, though thoroughly satisfying to witness. Sorry, Harry sighed. She just makes me so angry, the way she talks about Muggleborns and calls werewolves half-breeds and treats me like I'm stupid. Your frustration is understandable, but diplomacy is sometimes necessary, even with those we find challenging. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. That said, your mother would have been proud of your defense of Hogwarts autonomy. Lily never tolerated bigotry in any form. Harry smiled at the comparison. Professor? Do you think I'm doing okay? As headmaster, I mean. McGonagall considered him for a long moment. You are facing challenges that would daunt wizards 5 times your age, Mr. Potter, and doing so with remarkable grace. Yes, I believe you are doing okay. Coming from McGonagall, this was high praise indeed. Harry felt a warm glow of pride that lasted through his next lesson. Even Snape's criticism of his abysmal penmanship couldn't diminish it. The first real crisis of Harry's headship came in early October, during a Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch practice session. He was observing from the stands, McGonagall beside him explaining the finer points of the game, when shouts of alarm came from the Forbidden Forest edge. Troll! There's a troll on the grounds! Students scattered as a massive, 12-foot mountain troll lumbered out of the trees, dragging a crude club. Its tiny head swiveled as it spotted the fleeing students, and with a roar, it gave chase. "Get everyone inside!" McGonagall ordered, drawing her wand. "I'll alert the staff." She conjured 3 silver cats that streaked toward the castle. Harry should have run for safety, that was the protocol for students, but he was headmaster, responsible for everyone on the grounds. Instead, he sprinted toward a group of first-years who'd frozen in terror as the troll approached. "Run!" he shouted, placing himself between them and the creature. "Get to the castle." The troll focused on Harry, perhaps recognizing him as the smallest target. It raised its club with a guttural growl. Harry's mind raced through the defensive spells Dumbledore had taught him. None seemed adequate against a 12-foot monster with magic-resistant skin. Without conscious thought, Harry reached out to Hogwarts through the bond they'd developed. "Help us." The response was immediate. The ground between Harry and the troll erupted as stone gargoyles, previously decorating the Quidditch stands, tore free and launched themselves at the creature. They weren't large enough to stop it, but they confused and distracted it, buying precious seconds. "Potter!" Snape's voice cut through the chaos as he ran toward them, robes billowing. "What do you think you're doing?" "Keeping it busy until help arrived," Harry answered, raising his wand. "Can we stun it together?" Snape's expression showed surprise, quickly masked. "Trolls resist standard stunning spells." "We need to," he never finished. The troll, enraged by the stone gargoyles clawing at its face, swung its club wildly, sending one gargoyle flying straight at Harry. Without thinking, Harry pointed his wand and shouted, "Arresto momentum." The gargoyle slowed dramatically but still clipped Harry's shoulder, sending him sprawling. Pain shot through his arm. "Flipendo Maxima!" Snape bellowed. A powerful blast hit the troll square in the chest, knocking it backward but not down. Harry scrambled to his feet, ignoring the throbbing in his shoulder. The other professors were arriving now, Flitwick, McGonagall, and Dumbledore sprinting across the grounds with wands raised. But the troll was already recovering, turning again toward the castle where students watched wide-eyed from windows. A crazy idea struck Harry. During his studies of Hogwarts history, he'd learned that the castle's deepest foundations contained ancient runic protections against magical creatures. If he could connect to those. Pressing his uninjured hand to the ground, Harry closed his eyes and focused on his bond with the castle. Beneath us. The foundation stones. Wake them up. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Harry felt it, a surge of power, wild and ancient, rushing up from deep below. The earth trembled. A glowing line of runes appeared on the ground, encircling the troll, which bellowed in confusion. "Get back!" Harry shouted to the approaching professors. The runes blazed brighter, then shot upward as pillars of golden light, forming a cage around the troll. The creature roared and slammed its club against the barrier, but the light held firm. Dumbledore reached them first, eyebrows raised as he took in the scene. "Remarkable," he murmured. "The Founder's containment. Few headmasters have ever successfully summoned it." "I didn't know what it was called," Harry admitted, suddenly exhausted. "I just asked Hogwarts for help. And it responded magnificently." Dumbledore raised his wand, adding his own magic to the containment. "Minerva, please escort the students inside. Severus, alert Hagrid, we'll need his expertise to return our visitor to the forest once properly sedated." McGonagall hesitated, looking at Harry's injured arm. "Mr. Potter needs medical attention." "I'm fine," Harry insisted, though his shoulder screamed otherwise. "You most certainly are not." Snape's voice was harsh, but his hands were surprisingly gentle as he examined Harry's shoulder. Dislocated, not broken. Hold still, Potter. Before Harry could protest, Snape muttered a spell. There was a moment of intense pain, then blessed relief as the joint popped back into place. Basic field healing, Snape explained curtly. You'll still need Madame Pomfrey's attention. Thank you, Professor, Harry said sincerely. Then, after a moment's hesitation, and thanks for coming to help so quickly. Something unreadable flickered in Snape's dark eyes. It would reflect poorly on Hogwarts if its headmaster were flattened by a troll his first month on the job. Harry grinned, recognizing the statement as Snape's version of concern. Definitely not good for enrollment numbers. A ghost of what might have been amusement crossed Snape's face before his usual scowl returned. Pomfrey. Now. Before you collapse and create even more drama. As Harry allowed himself to be escorted to the hospital wing, he became aware of the students watching from windows and doorways. Their expressions had changed, the fear and skepticism replaced by something like respect. He'd faced danger to protect them, worked alongside their professors as an equal, and demonstrated magic most of them had never seen before. He hadn't planned it, but the troll incident accomplished what weeks of trying to prove himself had not. By dinner that evening, which he attended against Madame Pomfrey's advice, arm in a sling but otherwise recovered, the atmosphere in the great hall had shifted. Students from all houses nodded respectfully as he entered. Even the Slytherin table seemed less hostile. Nice work with the troll, Potter, a Gryffindor third year called out. Yeah, that glowing cage thing was wicked, added a Hufflepuff. To Harry's surprise, a quiet voice from the Slytherin table added, not bad wand work for a first year, which from a Slytherin was practically a standing ovation. McGonagall, escorting him to the staff table, permitted herself a rare smile. It appears you've earned some goodwill today, Mr. Potter. All it took was nearly getting killed by a troll, Harry joked. Indeed. Please try not to make a habit of it. The paperwork for near-death experiences is excessive. Harry laughed, then sobered as he considered the bigger question. How did a troll get onto Hogwarts grounds? Aren't there protections? McGonagall's expression grew serious. That is precisely the question Dumbledore is investigating. The protective ward should have prevented such a creature from entering without assistance. You mean someone let it in? On purpose? We cannot rule out the possibility. She lowered her voice. Be vigilant, Mr. Potter. Not all dangers announce themselves with clubs and roars. The troll incident marked a turning point in Harry's relationship with the student body. While not universally adored, he was now generally accepted as legitimate, a headmaster who had proven himself in a crisis. Even Malfoy had stopped his public challenges, though his eyes still narrowed suspiciously whenever Harry entered a room. The staff, too, had shifted from tolerating Harry's position to actively supporting it. Flitwick began teaching him administrative charms specifically designed for Hogwarts management. Sprout invited him to special sessions in the greenhouses, explaining the magical plants that contributed to the castle's protections. Even Snape had marginally decreased the venom in his criticisms during their potions sessions. Only Quirrell, the nervous defense against the dark arts professor who had been traveling during Harry's initial arrival, maintained a strange distance. He stuttered and trembled whenever Harry was near, but sometimes, when Quirrell thought Harry wasn't looking, his eyes would follow the young headmaster with an intensity that didn't match his fearful demeanor. There's something off about Professor Quirrell, Harry mentioned to Dumbledore during one of their private lessons in advanced defensive magic. Oh. Dumbledore looked up from the ancient text they'd been studying. In what way? He acts scared of everything, but sometimes he doesn't seem scared at all. Just, watching. And my scar hurts when he's around. Dumbledore's casual expression vanished. Your scar hurts. When did this start? After the troll. Maybe before, but I didn't notice until then. Harry rubbed the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead. It's not bad, just a sort of prickling. But only around Quirrell. I see. Dumbledore's blue eyes had lost their usual twinkle. "Harry, I want you to be very careful around Professor Quirrell. Don't be alone with him if possible, and let me know immediately if the pain worsens." "You think he's dangerous?" "I think," Dumbledore said carefully, "that your scar is no ordinary curse mark. Its connection to Voldemort may make it sensitive to certain types of magic." "You think Quirrell is using dark magic?" Harry asked, alarmed. "I think we should be cautious until we know more." Dumbledore closed the ancient text. "In fact, I believe it's time to accelerate certain aspects of your education." That evening, after dinner, Dumbledore led Harry to a part of the castle he hadn't explored before, a corridor on the 7th floor opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. "This," Dumbledore explained, "is where you'll find the room of requirement again, though you discovered it by accident last time." "The room with my parents' things?" Harry asked eagerly. "Perhaps, if that's what you require. The room becomes whatever the seeker needs most." Dumbledore gestured to the blank wall. "Walk past it 3 times, focusing on what you need, and the door will appear." Harry paced back and forth, thinking, "I need to learn how to protect Hogwarts. I need to understand what the castle wants from me. I need to know about the founders and their secrets." On his 3rd pass, an ornate door materialized in the stone wall. Harry pushed it open, gasping at what lay beyond. The vast chamber looked like a combination of library, museum, and war room. One wall held floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with ancient tomes. Another displayed artifacts in glass cases, wands, jewelry, what looked like pieces of armor. In the center stood a large round table with 4 ornate chairs, each bearing the crest of one Hogwarts house. Above the table floated a detailed magical model of Hogwarts Castle, complete with tiny moving figures representing its current occupants. "The Founder's Sanctum," Dumbledore breathed, looking as surprised as Harry felt. "I've heard it described in historical accounts, but it hasn't appeared for any headmaster in centuries." Harry approached the table slowly. The chair with the Gryffindor lion gleamed as he neared it. "What is this place?" "A room created by the 4 founders as a council chamber and repository of their greatest knowledge." Dumbledore examined a nearby bookshelf with reverent hands. These texts, many were thought lost forever. Harry's attention was drawn to the floating model of Hogwarts. Tiny figures moved through its corridors, students returning to dormitories, professors in their offices. He spotted his own figure in this very room, alongside Dumbledore's. "It shows everyone in the castle," he realized. "Like a magical security system." Indeed. The Headmaster's map, another legendary tool I'd thought mere myth. Dumbledore joined him at the table. "Do you understand what this means, Harry?" Harry nodded slowly. "Hogwarts is sharing its secrets with me. Secrets it hasn't shared with other headmasters." "Precisely. The castle believes you need this knowledge, urgently, if I interpret this correctly. Because of the darkness coming? Voldemort? Perhaps." Dumbledore studied the model intently, then frowned. "How curious. What is it?" Dumbledore pointed to a corridor on the 3rd floor, the forbidden corridor he'd mentioned at the welcoming feast. "Notice anything unusual?" Harry peered closer. A tiny figure paced outside the door to the restricted area. The label above it read, "Quirinus Quirrell." "What's in there that he's so interested in?" Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. "Something that should be of no concern to a defense professor. Something I brought to Hogwarts for safekeeping this year, at the request of an old friend." "What kind of something?" After a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore replied, "A philosopher's stone, created by Nicholas Flamel. It produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality to the drinker." Harry's eyes widened. "Immortality? And Quirrell wants it? If your suspicions are correct, it may not be Quirrell who wants it." Dumbledore's gaze returned to the model, where the tiny Quirrell figure continued its pacing. "The stone is well protected, by enchantments from myself and several professors. But this bears watching. For the next hour, Dumbledore showed Harry how to use the Founder's Sanctum, how to access the books, many of which were in languages Harry couldn't read, how to examine the artifacts, some so powerfully magical they hummed when approached, and how to manipulate the castle model to focus on specific areas or people. "We will meet here twice weekly," Dumbledore decided as they prepared to leave. "There is much for you to learn, and if the room has revealed itself now, time may be shorter than I'd hoped." That night, Harry dreamed of corridors and hidden doors. A hooded figure pursued him through the castle, whispering his name in a cold, high voice that made his scar burn. He woke in the pre-dawn darkness, drenched in sweat, the pain in his forehead sharp but already fading. Padding to the window of the headmaster's quarters, Harry gazed out at the ground silvered by moonlight. Something was coming. Something connected to Quirrell, to his scar, to Voldemort. And somehow, he would need to face it. "Help me be ready," he whispered to Hogwarts, pressing his palm to the cool stone wall. The castle's magic pulsed beneath his hand, not reassuring this time, but urgent. Warnings, wrapped in ancient power. Harry didn't need words to understand. Time was running out. October bled into November, bringing bitter winds and the first dusting of snow to Hogwarts grounds. Harry's schedule grew increasingly demanding as he balanced his magical education with the growing responsibilities of headship and the extra lessons in the Founder's Sanctum. The room had proven to be a treasure trove of knowledge, though much of it remained beyond Harry's current understanding. Dumbledore helped translate the texts in ancient languages, revealing spells and magical theory far beyond standard Hogwarts curriculum. Some books seemed to have been written by the founders themselves, including a journal by Rowena Ravenclaw that detailed the castle's most secret enchantments. The castle's sentience was intentional, Harry explained to McGonagall during their morning transfiguration lesson. Ravenclaw designed spells that would allow Hogwarts to absorb ambient magic from generations of students and teachers, gradually developing awareness and even limited agency. McGonagall looked impressed despite herself. "You've been studying diligently, Mr. Potter. It's fascinating. Did you know the Sorting Hat was originally Gryffindor's personal hat? He and the other founders imbued it with their combined consciousness to continue sorting students after they were gone." "I was aware," McGonagall said dryly. "Though few students show such interest in magical history. Now, if you would return your attention to transforming this teacup into a rat." Harry's education wasn't limited to academic subjects. His flying lessons with Madame Hooch had progressed to the point where she declared him a natural seeker, just like your father. The Quidditch teams had taken to inviting him to join their practices when his schedule allowed, though he politely declined to favor any particular house team. Even Snape had grudgingly acknowledged Harry's progress in potions, upgrading his assessment from abysmal to barely adequate after Harry successfully brewed a perfect swelling solution. "Your mother had a similar intuitive approach," Snape commented, inspecting the potion's precisely correct turquoise color. "Though she followed instructions more precisely than you seem capable of." "What else was she good at?" Harry asked eagerly, always hunting for more information about his parents. Snape's expression shuddered briefly, then, to Harry's surprise, softened fractionally. "Everything. Lily Evans was brilliant across all subjects, but she had particular talent with charms and potions. She was also—" He hesitated, "uncommonly kind. Even to those who didn't deserve it." Harry sensed a deeper story there but knew better than to push. These rare glimpses into his mother's character were precious enough without risking Snape's sudden openness. "Thank you for telling me, sir." Snape nodded stiffly, then immediately returned to his usual acerbic demeanor. "Your handwriting, however, is entirely your father's, atrocious. Your essay on Moonstone properties was nearly illegible." Harry hid a smile. He was learning to decode Snape speak, this qualified as practically friendly. Not all relationships were improving, however. Umbridge had stepped up her interference, implementing what she called educational decrees, with the minister's approval. These mostly arbitrary rules seem designed to undermine Harry's authority. Educational Decree Number 23, all student organizations must be approved by the High Inquisitor, effectively giving Umbridge control over clubs and teams. Educational Decree Number 24, the High Inquisitor has authority to inspect and evaluate all teachers, leading to humiliating interrogations during classes. Educational Decree Number 25, the High Inquisitor may alter punishments assigned by the headmaster or staff, allowing her to increase or decrease detentions at will. She's trying to take over the school, Harry complained to Dumbledore after Umbridge had disbanded a study group formed by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff first years, claiming it was potentially subversive. That is precisely her intention, Dumbledore agreed, his usually twinkling eyes serious. The Ministry fears what it cannot control, Harry. And both you and Hogwarts fall into that category. Can't you do something? You're on the Wizengamot, right? I am attempting diplomatic solutions, but Minister Fudge has become resistant to my counsel lately. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. I suspect someone is working to turn him against me, and by extension, you. Umbridge? Perhaps. Though I suspect she is merely a symptom of a larger problem. Dumbledore rose from his chair. For now, we must focus on preparing you and securing Hogwarts. Which reminds me, we have a lesson in the sanctum this evening. Their lessons had recently focused on Hogwarts defenses, both the visible ones, like the front gates and guardian statues, and the invisible network of wards and enchantments that protected the castle and grounds. Through the Founder's sanctum, Harry was learning to feel these defenses as extensions of himself, drawing on his unique bond with the castle. The Founders designed layered protections, Dumbledore explained as they studied the floating model of Hogwarts. Some respond to the Headmaster's direct command, while others activate automatically when threats are detected. Like with the troll? Harry asked. Precisely. Though the troll should never have penetrated the outer wards at all, which suggests deliberate interference. Dumbledore pointed to the model's representation of the grounds. Focus here, Harry. Can you sense the boundary wards? Harry placed his hands on the table, closing his eyes and reaching out through his connection to Hogwarts. After weeks of practice, he could now feel the castle's magic as distinct patterns, the steady hum of the foundation stones, the rhythmic pulse of staircases shifting, the bright sparks of portraits and enchanted objects. The boundary wards felt different, more diffuse, like a fine net stretched around the entire property. And there, near the forest edge where the troll had emerged. There's a weak spot, Harry said, eyes still closed. Like someone thinned the magic there. Very good. Can you strengthen it? Harry concentrated, channeling magic through his bond with the castle. It was harder than manipulating internal features like doors or staircases, the boundary existed at the edge of Hogwarts' influence. But gradually, he felt the ward thickening, magic flowing to reinforce the weakened area. Excellent, Dumbledore said when Harry opened his eyes, exhausted but satisfied. Few headmasters ever achieve such direct control over the wards. It typically takes years of bonding with the castle. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. It's getting easier. Like Hogwarts is teaching me how to do it. That may be precisely what's happening. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. Your connection to the castle continues to deepen in ways I've never observed before. Before Harry could respond, movement on the castle model caught his attention. The tiny figure labeled Quirinus Quirrell was once again pacing near the forbidden third-floor corridor. He's still trying to get to the stone, Harry said, frowning. Why don't you just confront him? Without proof, confrontation may only drive our potential enemy underground, or accelerate his plans. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles. Better to allow him to believe his interest goes unnoticed while we strengthen our defenses and gather evidence. Harry wasn't entirely convinced by this strategy, but he trusted Dumbledore's experience. Still, as November waned, his dreams grew more disturbed, that same hooded figure moving through Hogwarts corridors, whispering about the stone, about immortality, about Harry. His scar pain increased too, especially when Quirrell was nearby. During defense against the dark arts lessons, which Harry attended with the first years, the burning sometimes became so intense he had to excuse himself. Quirrell always watched him leave with that same unsettling intensity behind his stuttering facade. Meanwhile, Umbridge continued her campaign to undermine Harry's authority. Her latest decree allowed her to monitor the headmaster's correspondence for educational quality assurance, effectively giving her the right to read Harry's mail before he did. "This is ridiculous," Harry fumed when McGonagall informed him of the new rule. "She can't just read private letters." "I quite agree," McGonagall said, lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. "Unfortunately, the minister has approved the decree, which gives it temporary legal force until the Wisengamot reviews it, a process that could take months. So what do I do? Just let her read everything?" McGonagall's eyes gleamed with uncharacteristic mischief. "Official correspondence, perhaps. But there are ways to communicate that bypass such intrusions." That evening, McGonagall introduced Harry to a pair of enchanted journals, simple black notebooks that magically transmitted messages between them. "Write in one," she demonstrated, "and it appears in the other. Only the holders can read the contents." "Brilliant." Harry grinned. "Did you create these?" "Actually, they were confiscated from James Potter and Sirius Black during their 5th year." A rare smile crossed McGonagall's face. "They used them to plan pranks during separate detentions. I thought it fitting that his son should have them now." Harry ran his fingers reverently over the notebook that had belonged to his father. "Who's Sirius Black?" McGonagall's smile faded. "Your father's best friend. She hesitated. "There's a complex history there, Mr. Potter, which we should discuss at the appropriate time. For now, know that these journals will allow us to communicate securely." Harry sensed there was more to the story but didn't press. The journals quickly proved invaluable as Harry, McGonagall, and Dumbledore, who received the third journal from the set, coordinated their responses to Umbridge's increasingly intrusive measures. Even Snape became an unlikely ally after Umbridge interrupted his advanced potions class to question his teaching methods. She suggested, he told Harry during their next lesson, voice vibrating with suppressed fury, that the ministry might provide a standardized curriculum for potions. As if brewing could be reduced to ministry-approved bullet points. "That's ridiculous," Harry agreed. "You're the best potions master in Britain." Despite their rocky relationship, he genuinely respected Snape's expertise. Surprise flashed across Snape's face, quickly masked by his usual scowl. "Flattery will not improve your abysmal stirring technique, Potter." But from that day forward, Snape seemed fractionally less hostile. He even provided Harry with a headache remedy specifically formulated to ease the pain from his scar, a gesture that, coming from Snape, amounted to a declaration of allegiance. By early December, lines had been clearly drawn. On one side stood Harry, Dumbledore, and most of the Hogwarts staff and students. On the other, Umbridge, the ministry, and a small faction of students, mostly from traditionally ministry-aligned families, who supported her reforms. Meanwhile, the situation with Quirrell grew increasingly concerning. Twice, the Founder's Sanctum showed him attempting spells on the door to the Forbidden Corridor, only to be rebuffed by the protections. During a staff meeting, Harry noticed the professor's hands trembling not with his usual nervousness but with what looked like barely controlled rage when Dumbledore casually mentioned strengthening the castle's security. Most disturbing of all, Harry had begun to hear whispers when alone in certain parts of the castle, a cold, high voice that seemed to come from within the walls themselves. "The stone, find the stone, kill the boy." When he reported this to Dumbledore, the old wizard's face grew grave. "I had hoped for more time to prepare you, Harry. But it seems events are accelerating. Is it Voldemort? Inside the castle?" Harry asked, fear mingling with determination. "Not physically, I think. But his influence, perhaps." Dumbledore's blue eyes were troubled. "We must move the stone to a more secure location. And you must master one final aspect of Hogwarts' defenses, the Founder's Ward. That night, in the sanctum, Dumbledore opened an ancient chest Harry hadn't noticed before. Inside lay 4 objects, a ruby-encrusted sword, a delicate diadem, a golden cup, and a silver locket. Replicas, Dumbledore explained, of the Founder's personal artifacts. The originals were lost centuries ago, but these copies retain enough of their magical signature for our purpose. What purpose? To activate the ultimate defense of Hogwarts, a ward so powerful it can expel any presence, physical or spiritual, that threatens the castle's heart. Dumbledore carefully arranged the 4 items around the model of Hogwarts. The Founder's Ward requires the Headmaster's blood freely given, combined with the symbolic power of all 4 houses. Harry swallowed. Blood magic? Isn't that dark? Magic itself is neither dark nor light, intent makes it so, Dumbledore reminded him. The Founders understood that the deepest protections require sacrifice. A few drops of blood given willingly to protect hundreds of students is not dark magic, Harry. After a moment's consideration, Harry nodded. What do I need to do? Place your hand on each artifact in turn, focusing on the quality it represents: courage for Gryffindor's sword, wisdom for Ravenclaw's diadem, loyalty for Hufflepuff's cup, and ambition for Slytherin's locket. Then allow a drop of blood to fall on the model itself, while speaking the incantation I will teach you. The ritual was complex, requiring precise pronunciation of Latin phrases Harry had never encountered. But as he touched each artifact, he felt the castle's magic responding, gathering like a storm around them. When his blood, just 3 drops from a small prick on his finger, fell onto the center of the model, the entire room blazed with golden light. Praesidium fundatoris aeterna, Harry spoke the final words, his voice somehow deeper, older. The castle shuddered. In the model, lines of golden light spread outward from the great hall, flowing through corridors and towers, wrapping around the entire structure like a glowing web. Harry felt the magic pass through him, recognizing him, accepting his sacrifice. For a moment, he could sense every stone, every enchantment, every beating heart within Hogwarts' walls. Then the light faded, leaving him swaying with exhaustion. Dumbledore steadied him with a gentle hand. Well done, Harry. The ward is set. Nothing aligned with Voldemort can now approach the heart of Hogwarts without triggering the defense. What happens if it's triggered? Harry asked, suddenly worried about the students who might be caught in some magical backlash. The castle will isolate and expel the threat, Dumbledore assured him. Students and innocent bystanders will be protected. That is the beauty of the Founder's Ward, it judges intent, not action. Harry nodded, relieved but still uneasy. And the stone? Will be moved tonight to a new hiding place, known only to me and now you. Dumbledore pointed to a section of the model showing what appeared to be a chamber deep beneath the lake. The Founder's Vault, accessible only to the true Headmaster of Hogwarts. As they left the sanctum, Harry's scar prickled warningly. Something was going to happen, soon. He could feel it in the restless magic of the castle, in the burning of his scar, in the urgency that had driven their preparations these past weeks. The storm was coming. He just hoped they would be ready when it broke. The last week before Christmas holidays brought heavy snow and increasing tension. Students moved through the corridors in tight groups, picking up on the unease that permeated the castle despite the festive decorations. Staff members patrolled more frequently, and Filch the caretaker complained loudly about being ordered to check all broom closets and hidden passages twice daily. Harry's nights were now plagued by vivid dreams, the hooded figure moving through the castle, searching, growing increasingly angry as obstacles blocked its path. His scar burned almost constantly in Quirrell's presence, to the point where Harry had stopped attending defense lessons altogether, receiving private tutoring from Dumbledore instead. Umbridge, sensing the tension, redoubled her efforts to assert control. Her latest educational decree attempted to give her authority to dismiss staff members deemed substandard, a thinly veiled threat against professors loyal to Dumbledore and Harry. The castle itself seemed to be preparing for conflict. Suits of armor moved to strategic positions throughout the corridors. Staircases rearranged themselves to create more direct paths between dormitories and safe areas. The ghosts patrolled continuously, reporting any unusual activity to McGonagall or Harry through the enchanted journals. "Something's going to happen tonight," Harry told Dumbledore as they met in the headmaster's office on the final evening before most students would depart for the holidays. "I can feel it." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "The castle's magic is disturbed. And Professor Quirrell was absent from dinner. He's going after the stone." Harry winced as his scar gave a particularly painful throb. "But it's not in the third-floor corridor anymore." "No, but he doesn't know that." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "He may still attempt to breach those defenses, believing the stone lies beyond. Shouldn't we stop him? Now that we're sure." "Better to catch him in the act," Dumbledore replied. "Proof of attempted theft will be needed if we are to convince the Ministry of the danger." Harry wasn't entirely convinced by this approach, but he trusted Dumbledore's judgment. Still, as he returned to his quarters to prepare for bed, uneasiness gnawed at him. The castle felt on edge, its magic vibrating with tension like a drawn bowstring. Unable to sleep, Harry retrieved the enchanted journal from his father. "Something's wrong," he wrote. "The castle feels weird. I'm going to check the Founder's sanctum." McGonagall's reply came quickly, "Stay in your quarters, Mr. Potter. Professor Dumbledore and I are already patrolling." But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to be doing something. After a brief internal debate, he pulled on his robes, tucked his wand into his pocket, and slipped into the private passage that connected the headmaster's quarters directly to the office. The office was empty, Dumbledore presumably out patrolling with McGonagall. Harry approached the headmaster's desk, intending to check the monitoring charms Dumbledore had set on key areas of the castle. As he rounded the desk, searing pain shot through his scar, dropping him to his knees with a cry. Through watering eyes, he saw the cabinet where the Philosopher's Stone had been temporarily stored before its move to the Founder's vault. The door hung open, the cabinet empty. Cold fear gripped Harry's heart. How? The stone had been moved days ago. Unless what they'd moved wasn't the real stone. The door to the office crashed open. Quirrell stood there, his usually nervous demeanor gone, replaced by cold purpose. "P. Potter," he said, his stutter somehow more menacing than convincing now. "How convenient." Harry scrambled to his feet, wand out. "Professor. You're out late. Drop the pretense, boy." Quirrell's voice had changed, the stutter vanishing completely. "I know you've suspected me. Just as I know Dumbledore moved a decoy while keeping the real prize here, under his personal protection." "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry lied, mind racing. Where were Dumbledore and McGonagall? Could he reach the alarm ward built into the headmaster's desk? Quirrell laughed coldly. "Brave, but futile. The old fool and the cat are currently occupied with a rather convincing distraction in the dungeons. And you?" His eyes gleamed with malice. "You will tell me where the real stone is hidden." "I won't tell you anything," Harry said, raising his wand. "Expelliarmus." Quirrell deflected the spell with contemptuous ease. "Pitiful. Did you really think a first-year spell would work against me?" He advanced into the room. "I've been watching you, Potter. Your special lessons, your connection to the castle. You know where the stone is." Harry backed away, mind working furiously. Quirrell was between him and the door. The Floo network was restricted. His only advantage was his bond with Hogwarts. Pressing his free hand against the wall behind him, Harry reached out to the castle. "Help me." The response was immediate. A section of the stone wall sank inward, revealing a hidden passage Harry hadn't known existed. Without hesitation, he dove through it, hearing Quirrell's curse as the wall sealed itself behind him. The passage was narrow and winding, lit by the soft glow of magic embedded in the stones themselves. Harry ran, guided by instinct and the castle's subtle nudges, taking turns and descending staircases without conscious decision. He emerged into a circular chamber he recognized from the Founder's Sanctum model, the heart of Hogwarts, where the deepest foundation stones had been laid over 1,000 years ago. Four massive pillars rose to the ceiling, each carved with the symbol of one Hogwarts house. In the center of the room, floating above a pedestal, was a blood-red stone the size of Harry's fist. "The real Philosopher's Stone," Harry whispered, understanding dawning. "Dumbledore didn't move it to the vault. He moved it here, to the heart of the castle's protection." "Very clever," Quirrell's voice came from behind him. "But not clever enough." Harry whirled to find the professor standing in another entrance to the chamber, wand pointed directly at Harry's heart. "The passage you opened allowed me to follow once I removed Dumbledore's hasty barriers. How convenient that you've led me straight to the prize." "The Founder's Ward will stop you," Harry warned, backing toward the stone. "Nothing aligned with Voldemort can touch this room." Quirrell's face contorted with rage. "Do not speak his name." Then, strangely, his expression shifted, as if listening to a voice Harry couldn't hear. "Yes, Master. Of course." Cold dread washed over Harry. "Master? Who are you talking to?" A thin, high voice seemed to emanate from Quirrell himself. "Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough." Quirrell protested. "I have strength enough, for this." To Harry's horror, Quirrell began unwrapping the purple turban that always adorned his head. Layer after layer fell away, until the professor turned, revealing the back of his head, where another face protruded, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter." The face whispered. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body, but with the elixir of life, I will create a body of my own." Harry's scar exploded with pain, but clarity came with it. "Voldemort." "Yes. You see what you have done to me? But no matter. Tonight, I will rise again." "The ward will stop you," Harry repeated, gripping his wand tightly. "Hogwarts won't let you take the stone." "Fool boy." Voldemort's face twisted in a terrible smile. "The ward judges intent, not identity. And my intent is to save a life, my own. Preservation, not destruction. The castle's primitive magic cannot distinguish such nuance." With dawning horror, Harry realized Voldemort might be right. The ward judged harmful intent toward Hogwarts and its inhabitants, but taking the stone itself might not register as harm, especially if Voldemort's primary intention was self-preservation. As if confirming his fears, Quirrell stepped fully into the chamber, unimpeded by any magical barrier. "You see. Now, stand aside, Potter. I have no orders to kill you, yet." Harry raised his wand. "Expelliarmus." This time, he put everything he had behind the spell, his fear, his determination, his connection to the castle itself. The jet of light that erupted from his wand was not the standard red but a brilliant gold, taking Quirrell by surprise and sending his wand flying across the chamber. "Seize him!" Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell lunged toward Harry with inhuman speed. Harry dodged, making for the pedestal with the stone, but Quirrell caught his arm, fingers digging painfully into his flesh, only to release him with an agonized scream. "Master! My hands, my hands!" Quirrell's fingers were blistering before Harry's eyes, the skin turning an angry red and then black, as if burned by acid. "Then kill him, fool!" Voldemort commanded. Desperate, Quirrell reached for his fallen wand, but Harry was faster. Acting on pure instinct, he pressed his palms against Quirrell's face. The professor shrieked in agony as his skin bubbled and burned beneath Harry's touch. "What is this magic?" Voldemort's voice rose in fury and confusion. Harry didn't understand it either, but he pressed his advantage, maintaining contact despite Quirrell's thrashing. "Hogwarts," he shouted. "Now! Help me!" The castle responded. The 4 pillars blazed with light, red for Gryffindor, blue for Ravenclaw, yellow for Hufflepuff, and green for Slytherin. The light converged on Harry and Quirrell, wrapping around them like living flames. No! Voldemort screamed as Quirrell's body began to crumble beneath Harry's hands, turning to ash and dust. A wraith-like vapor rose from the disintegrating form, a face of smoke and malice that screamed in fury before rushing straight at Harry. He felt it pass through him like ice, his scar burning as if branded with hot iron. Then darkness took him. Harry woke to the familiar ceiling of the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through tall windows. His body ached as if he'd fallen from his broomstick at great height, but the burning in his scar had subsided to a dull throb. "Ah, you're awake." Dumbledore's gentle voice came from beside the bed. The old wizard sat in a conjured armchair, watching Harry with concerned blue eyes. "How do you feel?" "Like I got hit by the Hogwarts Express," Harry croaked, his throat dry. "Is the stone safe?" "It is. Thanks to you." Dumbledore helped him sip water from a glass on the bedside table. "Nicholas has decided, however, that it should be destroyed. Too dangerous to exist when such forces seek it." "Destroyed? But won't your friend die? He has enough elixir to set his affairs in order." As he put it, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Harry processed this, then asked the question burning in his mind. Was that really Voldemort? A shadow of him, yes. A parasite living off Quirrell's life force. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. "You were right to be suspicious, Harry. I should have acted sooner on your concerns. Why did he want the stone so badly?" "To restore his physical form. Voldemort fears death above all things, he would go to any lengths to avoid it." Harry frowned, remembering something. "When I touched Quirrell, his skin burned." "Why?" "Ah," Dumbledore's eyes brightened. "That is perhaps the most remarkable part of the evening's events. It was your mother's protection, her sacrifice created a shield in your very skin. Quirrell, sharing his body with Voldemort and filled with greed and hatred, could not bear to touch someone marked by such selfless love. And the castle? It helped me. Indeed it did. The Founder's Ward activated not against Quirrell entering the chamber, as Voldemort correctly surmised, but against his attempt to harm you, the headmaster chosen by Hogwarts itself." Dumbledore smiled gently. "The castle protects its own, Harry." The hospital wing door opened, and McGonagall entered, looking uncharacteristically disheveled. Her normally immaculate bun had escaped in several places, and her robes bore scorch marks. "Mr. Potter. Thank heavens you're awake." She approached the bed, relief evident in her stern features. "The entire staff has been beside themselves." "I'm okay, Professor," Harry assured her. "What happened with the distraction in the dungeons?" "A rather nasty swarm of Cornish pixies, enchanted to resist standard containment spells." McGonagall's nostrils flared with lingering indignation. "Professor Flitwick and I were occupied for nearly an hour. By which time," Dumbledore added, "Quirrell had discovered my office empty save for young Harry." "I shouldn't have left my quarters," Harry admitted, feeling guilty. "I just felt like something was wrong." "Your instincts were correct," Dumbledore said. "Had you not confronted Quirrell in the heart chamber, he might have overcome the final protections on the stone. Your intervention was decisive." "The students are full of rumors," McGonagall reported. "Half believe Mr. Potter single-handedly defeated a dark wizard, while the other half think he battled a dragon in the dungeons." "Best to neither confirm nor deny," Dumbledore suggested, eyes twinkling. "A bit of mystery around the headmaster is traditional, after all." Harry was saved from responding by another arrival, Snape, sweeping into the hospital wing like an overgrown bat, carrying a steaming goblet. "Potter is awake, I see," he observed, his dark eyes scanning Harry with what might have been relief quickly masked by indifference. "Madame Pomfrey requested this potion for his recovery." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, accepting the goblet. The potion smelled vile but somehow familiar. It will restore strength depleted by magical exhaustion, Snape explained curtly. Drink it all. Harry complied, surprised to find the potion tasted better than it smelled, like warm honey with hints of cinnamon. It's good, he remarked in surprise. Snape's lip curled. I adjusted the formula slightly. Your mother always complained about the original taste. Another tiny piece of Lily Potter, offered in Snape's unique way. Thanks, Harry said simply. Snape nodded, then addressed Dumbledore. The minister has arrived with Umbridge and 2 Aurors. They are demanding to see the boy. Dumbledore sighed. I expected as much. The castle's magical surge last night would have registered at the ministry. I shall inform them that Mr. Potter is recuperating and cannot be disturbed, McGonagall declared, straightening her robes and fixing her bun with a quick spell. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested thoughtfully, it would be better to let them see Harry briefly. To confirm he is well, under proper supervision of course. Harry understood the strategy. If the ministry officials saw him recovering normally, they'd have less cause for alarm or intervention. I can handle it, he assured the professors. Snape looked skeptical but said nothing. McGonagall's lips thinned in disapproval, but she nodded. 5 minutes, no more. I'll stand guard. Minister Fudge bustled in moments later, Umbridge and 2 stern-faced wizards in official-looking robes following behind. Fudge's expression was a mixture of concern and political calculation as he approached Harry's bed. My dear boy. What an ordeal you've been through. The ministry is deeply concerned about these security breaches at Hogwarts. Thank you for your concern, Minister, Harry replied, drawing on all his lessons in diplomatic speech. But everything is under control now. Under control. My dear boy, from the reports we've received, a professor attempted to steal a dangerous magical artifact and nearly killed you in the process. Fudge twisted his bowler hat nervously. This only confirms our concerns about your unique situation. What Cornelius means, Umbridge simpered, is that this incident demonstrates the wisdom of greater ministry oversight of Hogwarts. If proper security protocols had been followed, the security breach was identified and contained, Dumbledore interrupted smoothly. Thanks in large part to Headmaster Potter's unique bond with the castle. One of the Aurors, a young witch with vibrant pink hair, looked impressed. You fought off a dark wizard at 7. Wicked. Tonks, the other Auror, a tall black man with a gold earring, murmured warningly. The exact details of last night's events will be included in my official report to the Wisengamot, Dumbledore continued. But I think we can all agree that Harry has demonstrated remarkable competence under pressure. Fudge looked conflicted. Well, yes, very brave, of course. But the fact remains, Dumbledore, that a dangerous artifact was being kept in a school full of children. An artifact that has now been removed and will be destroyed, Dumbledore assured him. With its owner's full consent. Nevertheless, Umbridge cut in, this incident requires a thorough investigation. My Educational Decree 26 will establish a Ministry Inquiry Committee with full access to all Hogwarts records and personnel. Harry felt a surge of protectiveness toward Hogwarts. Before he could speak, however, his bedside water glass shattered. Simultaneously, Umbridge's clipboard cracked down the middle, sending pink papers flying. How strange, Dumbledore remarked mildly. It appears Hogwarts itself has opinions about additional ministry involvement. The pink-haired Auror, Tonks, quickly disguised a snort of laughter as a cough. Even her stern colleague's lips twitched briefly. Fudge eyed the ceiling nervously. Perhaps this discussion can wait until after the holidays. Potter should rest, and the Board of Governors will need to be consulted. He backed toward the door. We'll revisit the matter in January. Come, Dolores. Umbridge looked like she wanted to argue but followed reluctantly, shooting a venomous glare at Harry as she left. The male Auror followed, but Tonks lingered briefly. That was brilliant, she whispered, winking at Harry. The castle actually listens to you, huh? Mad. With a cheerful wave, she followed her colleagues. Once they were gone, McGonagall sank into a chair. That went better than expected. We've gained time, Dumbledore agreed. But Cornelius grows more fearful and therefore more dangerous. He sees threats to his authority everywhere. Let him try to take over Hogwarts, Harry said, feeling the castle's magic humming in agreement beneath him. He'll find it doesn't like ministry interference. Snape's eyebrow rose fractionally. The boy grows bold. The boy, McGonagall corrected, is learning to be a headmaster. Bold is precisely what he needs to be. Dumbledore smiled, his blue eyes twinkling once more. Indeed. And I believe we've all learned an important lesson from recent events. What's that? Harry asked. That appearances can be deceiving, that help comes in unexpected forms, and that Hogwarts chose its champion very wisely indeed. Dumbledore patted Harry's hand. Rest now. The coming term promises to be eventful, and you'll need your strength. As his mentors departed, Harry sank back against the pillows, exhausted but oddly content. He'd faced Voldemort and survived. He'd protected the stone. He'd proven, to himself as much as to others, that perhaps Hogwarts hadn't made a mistake in choosing him after all. The castle's magic wrapped around him like a blanket, comforting and protective. Whatever challenges lay ahead, ministry interference, Voldemort's eventual return, the normal complications of growing up while running a school, he wouldn't face them alone. He was Headmaster Harry Potter. And he was home. Chapter 3, The Headmaster's Trial. January brought bitter cold to Hogwarts, snow piling in drifts against the castle walls and ice forming fantastic sculptures on the windowpanes. But inside, warmth and excitement filled the corridors as students returned from Christmas holidays, buzzing with rumors about the mysterious events before break. I heard Potter fought a chimera in the dungeons. My cousin at the ministry says Quirrell was possessed by you-know-who himself. Dad says the Daily Prophet's running a special investigation into security at Hogwarts. Harry, fully recovered and watching the arrival from a hidden alcove on the third floor, couldn't help smiling at some of the wilder theories. The truth, that he'd faced Voldemort's wraith and survived a second time, was being kept quiet on Dumbledore's advice, though Harry suspected the old wizard had allowed certain facts to leak strategically. "Enjoying your celebrity?" a dry voice asked from behind him. Harry turned to find Snape, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised sardonically. "Just checking who's back," Harry replied. "And wondering how many students believe I wrestled a dragon." Something that might have been amusement flickered across Snape's face. "At least 3 Hufflepuffs were discussing your supposed defeat of an entire vampire coven. Apparently, you now have fangs." Harry laughed. "Better than some of the stories the Daily Prophet's been printing." Over the holidays, the Wizarding newspaper had run increasingly skeptical articles questioning everything from Harry's ability to serve as headmaster to whether the Quirrell incident had been manufactured to distract from ministry concerns. "The Prophet prints what the ministry wants," Snape observed. "And what sells papers? Truth is irrelevant. Professor McGonagall says the same thing. The deputy headmistress occasionally demonstrates good sense." Snape straightened his already immaculate robes. "The staff meeting begins in 10 minutes. I suggest you arrive prepared to address the changes you intend to implement this term." Harry nodded, suddenly serious. During his recovery and throughout the Christmas break, which he'd spent at Hogwarts with the few remaining students and staff, he'd been working with Dumbledore and McGonagall on a comprehensive plan to strengthen the school, magically, academically, and structurally. "I'm ready," he assured Snape, who gave a skeptical humph before sweeping away, robes billowing impressively. Harry had learned to decode Snape speak over the past months. That particular humph meant, "we'll see," rather than outright disbelief, progress in their complicated relationship. 10 minutes later, Harry sat in the headmaster's chair in the staff room, Dumbledore to his right and McGonagall to his left, as the professors settled into their usual seats. Despite 4 months of these meetings, it still felt surreal to be leading adults decades older than himself. "Welcome back," Harry began once everyone was seated. "I hope you all had a restful holiday." Murmurs of agreement circled the table, though Hagrid's enthusiastic, ruddy brilliant, it was, overpowered the rest. "Before we address regular business, we need to discuss the events of last term and our plans moving forward." Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded encouragingly. "Professor Quirrell's actions, and what we discovered about his condition, mean Hogwarts faces serious threats, both internally and externally." The mood in the room sobered instantly. Most staff now knew the truth about Quirrell's possession by Voldemort's spirit, though the information had been carefully contained. "The Ministry's going to come down hard," Professor Sprout predicted, her usually cheerful face worried. "Fudge sent 3 separate owls to the Board of Governors over holiday." "Let him," Harry said firmly. "Hogwarts doesn't answer to the Ministry. We answer to our students and their safety." Several professors straightened, looking at Harry with surprise, and in some cases, newfound respect. Even at 7, nearly 8, he was growing into the role Hogwarts had chosen for him. To that end, Harry continued, "I'm proposing several changes, effective immediately." He outlined the plan he'd developed with Dumbledore and McGonagall, a comprehensive review of Hogwarts' defensive wards, to be conducted by Bill Weasley, a former student now working as a cursebreaker for Gringotts, the formation of a student council with representatives from all houses to improve inter-house cooperation, a revised defense against the dark arts curriculum focused on practical protection skills rather than theoretical knowledge, monthly emergency drills to ensure all students. New evacuation procedures, the hiring of additional staff, including a permanent healer's assistant for Madame Pomfrey and a defense against the dark arts professor to replace Quirrell. Dumbledore had been covering the position temporarily. These changes, Harry concluded, will help prepare Hogwarts and our students for whatever's coming. "And what exactly is coming, Potter?" Professor Vector asked, her mathematical mind always seeking precision. Harry exchanged glances with Dumbledore before answering. "We believe Voldemort," several professors flinched at the name, "will try to return to power. What happened with Quirrell was just his first attempt." "Surely you know who was destroyed in that confrontation," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "His host body was destroyed," Dumbledore clarified. "But Voldemort himself, or what remains of him, escaped. He will seek other means of restoring himself to physical form." "And you know this how, exactly?" Snape asked, though his tone lacked its usual bite. Harry touched his scar. "I can feel it. And Hogwarts is preparing." This statement, more than anything else, silenced further objections. All the staff had witnessed the castle's increasing responsiveness to Harry, doors opening before he reached them, fires lighting as he entered cold rooms, the very stones seeming to hum when he passed. "Very well," McGonagall said briskly. "We shall implement these changes. I suggest we begin with the ward review. Albus, when can Mr. Weasley arrive?" "Bill has already agreed to come this weekend," Dumbledore replied. "Though we should expect ministry interference. Dolores Umbridge has requested to bring a security consultant from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to conduct a parallel assessment." Harry frowned. "The castle won't like that." "Nevertheless, we must appear cooperative," Dumbledore advised. "At least until we've secured our position legally. The Board of Governors meets next week to review your probationary period as headmaster. I've prepared a comprehensive report," McGonagall added, "including testimonials from staff and evidence of the castle's continued selection. We have strong grounds for permanent confirmation of your position." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said sincerely. Then, addressing the whole staff, "I know this situation is weird for everyone. Having a kid as your boss isn't what any of you signed up for. But Hogwarts chose me for a reason, and I'm starting to understand what that reason might be." "And what might that be, Mr. Potter?" Professor Sprout asked gently. Harry considered how to explain the feeling that had been growing within him, the sense of purpose that came from his deepening bond with the castle. "Hogwarts was founded to unite magical people," he said finally. To teach them not just spells, but how to use magic responsibly. Somewhere along the way, that got lost in house rivalries and ministry politics and pureblood prejudice. I think. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I think Hogwarts chose me because I don't have those biases yet. I see Hogwarts as it could be, not as it's become. Silence fell as the professors absorbed his words. Then Flitwick, the diminutive charms professor, began to applaud. Sprout joined in, followed by Hagrid, whose enormous hands made a thunderous sound, and finally even Snape gave a single, grudging nod of acknowledgement. Well said, Mr. Potter, McGonagall remarked, the barest hint of pride breaking through her professional demeanor. Now, shall we proceed with the regular business of the school? The meeting continued for another hour, covering everything from curriculum adjustments to Quidditch scheduling to Peeve's latest reign of terror. He'd somehow acquired mistletoe that followed people around and wouldn't leave until they kissed someone. Throughout, Harry noticed a subtle shift in how the professors addressed him, less like an anomaly they were humoring and more like a genuine leader whose vision they respected. As the staff filed out afterward, Dumbledore remained behind, blue eyes twinkling. You've grown considerably these past months, Harry. Not physically, Harry joked, still the smallest person in every room. But I feel different. Like I understand things better now. The castle is teaching you, in its way. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Your connection with Hogwarts continues to develop beyond anything in historical record. I believe it's time to explore that connection more deliberately. How? Tonight, after curfew. Meet me in the entrance hall. Wear comfortable shoes. With that cryptic instruction, Dumbledore departed, humming what sounded suspiciously like a Celestina Warbeck song. At precisely midnight, Harry slipped through the shadows of the entrance hall, having navigated the empty corridors with the help of an invisibility cloak Dumbledore had given him for Christmas, allegedly his father's, passed down through generations of Potters. Dumbledore waited by the great oak doors, dressed not in his usual flamboyant robes but in simple midnight blue with silver fastenings. Ah, Harry. Excellent timing. Where are we going, sir? Harry asked, folding the invisibility cloak and tucking it into his pocket. On a journey few headmasters have ever taken. Dumbledore tapped his wand against the massive doors, which swung open silently despite their enormous weight. We are going to meet Hogwarts. Harry followed, confused but intrigued, as Dumbledore led him not toward the grounds but down a narrow staircase he'd never noticed before, hidden behind a section of wall that had simply melted away at Dumbledore's approach. These passages, Dumbledore explained as they descended, were created by the founders as emergency routes. Most have been forgotten over the centuries, their entrances sealed or hidden by subsequent modifications to the castle. The staircase spiraled deep beneath Hogwarts, far below even the dungeons. The air grew older, heavy with magic that felt different from the castle above, wilder somehow, less refined but more powerful. We are now beneath the Black Lake, Dumbledore commented after nearly 15 minutes of walking. Approaching the bedrock upon which Hogwarts was originally built. Finally, they reached a massive circular chamber hewn from solid stone. Four archways led into darkness, each carved with the symbol of one Hogwarts house. In the center stood a rough-hewn block of granite, unremarkable except for the faint blue glow emanating from within its crystalline structure. The Heart Stone, Dumbledore said reverently. The first stone laid in Hogwarts' foundation, imbued with the combined magic of all four founders. Legend says Merlin himself blessed it. Harry approached slowly, drawn by an inexplicable pull. The stone hummed, its glow intensifying as he neared. When he tentatively placed his palm against its cool surface, the entire chamber blazed with light. Images flooded Harry's mind, Godric Gryffindor driving his sword into the ground, channeling magic into the earth, Rowena Ravenclaw inscribing complex runes that spiraled outward from the central stone, Helga Hufflepuff singing in a language older than Latin, her voice raising mist from the ground that solidified into the first walls. Salazar Slytherin whispering to serpents that carried enchanted water from the lake to mix with the mortar. He saw Hogwarts rising from nothing, stones assembling themselves, towers stretching toward the sky. He felt the first students arriving, their wonder and excitement feeding the castle's growing sentience. He experienced centuries passing in moments, peace and war, triumph and tragedy, all absorbed into the living memory of the stones. And then, abruptly, he saw himself, tiny, scared, standing in the great hall for the first time as headmaster, the castle recognizing something in him that resonated with its deepest purpose. Harry gasped, withdrawing his hand. The visions faded, but the connection remained, a steady pulse between his consciousness and the heart stone. "What did you see?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Everything," Harry whispered. "The Founders. The building of Hogwarts. It's been waiting for so long." "Waiting for what, Harry?" "For someone who could hear it properly. Someone who could help it fulfill its original purpose." Harry turned to Dumbledore, eyes bright with the knowledge imparted by the stone. "Hogwarts wasn't built just to be a school, Professor. It was created to be a beacon, a center of magical unity for all of Britain." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I suspected as much, though the historical records are fragmentary at best. The Founders had a vision of magical people working together, regardless of blood status or magical affinity. But they argued about how to achieve it. Slytherin thought protection and isolation were the answer. Gryffindor wanted to confront threats directly. Ravenclaw believed knowledge would overcome prejudice, while Hufflepuff trusted in community and cooperation. And their disagreement led to Slytherin's departure, Dumbledore supplied. Harry shook his head. "Not exactly. Slytherin left because he saw something the others didn't, a darkness coming that would threaten everything they'd built. He went searching for a way to protect Hogwarts, but never returned." "This contradicts every historical account," Dumbledore observed, looking fascinated. "History got rewritten." Harry touched the heart stone again, confirming what it had shown him. "The prejudice about blood status came later, attached to Slytherin's name by descendants who twisted his legacy." "And how does this relate to Hogwarts choosing you, Harry?" Harry hesitated, trying to articulate what he'd glimpsed. "The castle has been waiting for someone who could reunite the houses, someone who embodies all four Founders' qualities but isn't bound by house loyalty. And for someone who could recognize and face the darkness Slytherin foresaw." "Voldemort," Dumbledore breathed. "Not just him. Something older, something he's trying to tap into." Harry frowned, the vision already fading like a dream upon waking. "I couldn't see it clearly." Dumbledore studied him with newfound intensity. "The Founders' sanctum, the heart stone responding to you. Hogwarts is preparing you, Harry. More rapidly than I anticipated." "For what?" "I believe we'll discover that soon enough." Dumbledore gestured to the four archways. "Each passage leads to a Founder's personal chamber, spaces where they conducted their most sensitive research and stored their greatest secrets. Over centuries, most have been sealed or forgotten." Harry approached the arch marked with the Gryffindor lion. "Can we enter them?" "I've never been able to. The chambers recognize only those the Founders' magic deems worthy." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "But perhaps you'll have better luck." Harry placed his hand on the Gryffindor archway. Stone grated against stone as the sealed passage beyond began to open, dust falling from ancient crevices. Similar sounds came from the other three arches, each unsealing simultaneously. "Extraordinary," Dumbledore murmured. "All four chambers, opening at once. Not even the Founders themselves could access all four, each was limited to their own." Harry felt oddly calm, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "Hogwarts wants me to see them all. To understand what each Founder contributed." "Then we should explore," Dumbledore suggested, beginning with Gryffindor, as his archway responded first to your touch. The passage beyond the Gryffindor arch led to a circular room with walls of warm red stone. Swords, shields, and armor of various designs hung from racks, all gleaming as if recently polished despite centuries of abandonment. A massive desk dominated one side, covered in maps and battle plans preserved by ancient magic. Above the desk hung a portrait, not moving like wizarding paintings, but a Muggle-style rendering of a handsome, powerfully built man with a great red beard. Godric Gryffindor himself, Dumbledore identified reverently. Painted by a Muggle artist he befriended, an act of considerable controversy at the time. Harry approached the desk, drawn to a small wooden box inlaid with gold. It opened at his touch, revealing a simple golden key. The first key to Hogwarts, Harry knew somehow. Gryffindor carried it always. It unlocks any door in the castle, no matter what enchantments protect it. A powerful tool, Dumbledore observed, watching as Harry carefully pocketed the key. Though I suspect its magic will work only for you. They proceeded to Ravenclaw's chamber next, a magnificent library with walls that seemed to extend impossibly far, every shelf filled with books in languages both known and forgotten. Star charts covered the domed ceiling, constellations moving slowly in real-time tracking of their heavenly counterparts. Her greatest regret, Harry said, running his fingers along the spines of ancient texts, was that she couldn't read every book in the world before she died. This library was designed to collect knowledge automatically. Any significant magical text published anywhere would generate a copy here. Is it still functioning? Dumbledore wondered, examining a recently appearing volume on modern transfiguration theory, his own work, Harry realized with amusement. It is now, Harry confirmed, feeling the magic reactivating at his presence. In Hufflepuff's chamber they found an impossible garden, plants from every corner of the world growing harmoniously despite conflicting needs for light, water, and soil. Healing herbs, magical flora, even plants believed extinct for centuries thrived in carefully tended beds. She created a self-sustaining ecosystem, Harry explained, watching a tiny fairy tend to a flowering vine. The plants care for each other, strong supporting weak, fast-growing species protecting slower ones. A living example of her philosophy, Dumbledore noted. The final chamber, Slytherin's, proved the most surprising. Unlike the dark, damp dungeon Harry had half expected, it was a bright laboratory filled with crystal vials, silver instruments, and elaborate magical apparatus. One wall held a vast aquarium connecting directly to the Black Lake, where mere people could be glimpsed in the distance, going about their business. He was an innovator, Harry said, examining a complex device that appeared to measure magical energy. Always experimenting, trying to understand the fundamental nature of magic itself. History remembers him very differently, Dumbledore observed. History was written by his enemies, and later, by descendants who twisted his legacy. Harry opened a journal on the main workbench, the Parseltongue script intelligible to him though he hadn't realized it would be. He was working on something before he left, a way to protect Hogwarts from some magical threat he foresaw. Did he succeed? Harry shook his head. The last entry says he found a lead, something about the ancient hollow and magic older than wizards, but then nothing more. He never returned to finish his work. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested, completing it is part of your task. They spent hours exploring the 4 chambers, each revealing treasures and knowledge long forgotten. By the time they returned to the central Heart Stone chamber, Harry's mind was swimming with information, practical magic from Gryffindor, theoretical brilliance from Ravenclaw, holistic wisdom from Hufflepuff, and innovative approaches from Slytherin. The founders were so much more than their house qualities, Harry said as they began the long climb back to the castle proper. Each had depths that got lost in the simplified versions we remember. A valuable insight, Dumbledore agreed. And perhaps the beginning of the unification Hogwarts seeks through you. Back in the entrance hall, dawn light was just beginning to filter through the high windows. Harry should have been exhausted after a night without sleep, but instead felt energized, his mind buzzing with new understanding. What do I do with all this? He asked Dumbledore. The knowledge, the artifacts, the truth about the founders. Begin with what Hogwarts itself showed you as its priority, Dumbledore suggested. Reuniting the houses. The rest, I suspect, will follow in time. Harry nodded, already formulating a plan. I know exactly where to start. The great hall fell silent as Harry stood to make his announcement at breakfast. Though still physically small, his presence had grown more commanding over the months, his confidence in his role visibly increasing. "Good morning," he began. "As you return to classes today, I want to announce some changes at Hogwarts." The students exchanged glances, murmuring quietly. Since the Quirrell incident, as it had come to be called, Harry's status had shifted dramatically. No longer was he seen as an oddity or a figurehead, but as a headmaster who had proven himself in crisis. First, Professor Dumbledore will continue teaching defense against the dark arts until a permanent replacement is found. Given recent events, this class will now emphasize practical protection skills. Approving nods from many students, particularly those who had already experienced Dumbledore's engaging teaching style. Second, we're creating a Hogwarts Student Council with representatives from all houses, all years. This council will meet regularly with staff to address student concerns and suggest improvements. This announcement caused more buzz. Student representation was unprecedented at Hogwarts. Third, Harry continued once the murmuring settled, we're implementing inter-house study groups and activities. Too often, we only interact with members of our own house. That ends now. At the Slytherin table, several students looked skeptical, particularly the older ones. Draco Malfoy whispered something to his friends that made them snicker. "I know change isn't easy," Harry acknowledged, addressing the visible resistance. "But Hogwarts wasn't founded to divide us into 4 competing groups. The houses were created to celebrate different strengths that work best together." He gestured upward, and the enchanted ceiling, normally showing the sky outside, transformed to display the Hogwarts crest, the 4 house animals moving harmoniously together rather than in their usual separated quadrants. Gasps echoed through the hall. Even the professors looked surprised at this manipulation of ancient magic few headmasters had ever attempted. Slytherin's ambition, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's loyalty, and Gryffindor's courage, together, these qualities make us stronger than any could alone. Harry smiled as the magical animals in the crest performed a synchronized movement that somehow conveyed unity without losing their individual characteristics. To symbolize this new approach, the house with the most participation in inter-house activities each month will receive a special award, the Founders Unity Cup, and 50 house points. That got everyone's attention. Nothing motivated Hogwarts students like house points and trophies. Sign-up sheets for the student council and inter-house study groups will appear in your common rooms today. I encourage everyone to participate. Harry paused, then added with a grin, and yes, Quidditch rivalries can stay fierce, some traditions are sacred. This last comment broke the tension, prompting laughter across the hall. Even some Slytherins smiled reluctantly. One final announcement, Harry continued. This Friday evening, all students are invited to a special event in the Great Hall, a Founders exhibit featuring artifacts and information never before displayed at Hogwarts. This sparked immediate excitement. The Founders were almost mythological figures to most students, their true histories obscured by centuries of legend and speculation. That is all, Harry concluded. Have a great first day back. As he sat down, the ceiling returned to showing the winter sky outside, though the unified crest remained briefly visible like an afterimage. Most impressive magic, Harry, Dumbledore murmured. The ceiling hasn't been altered from its standard enchantment since 1743, when Headmaster Everard made it snow indoors for Christmas and couldn't reverse the spell for 3 weeks. I didn't exactly do it consciously, Harry admitted. I just asked Hogwarts to show what I was talking about. Your bond with the castle grows stronger by the day. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Though I suspect some parents and governors will express concern about these changes, particularly the more traditionally minded. Right on cue, the Morning Owl post arrived, including a sleek eagle owl bearing the Malfoy family seal. It dropped a letter directly in front of Harry, not a howler, thankfully, but the parchment radiated disapproval even before he opened it. Lucius Malfoy expresses his grave concerns about diluting house traditions and undermining the competitive spirit that has served Hogwarts for 1,000 years, Harry summarized after scanning the elegantly penned complaint. The first of many, I expect, McGonagall commented, accepting a similar letter from a ministry owl. Dolores Umbridge requests immediate consultation regarding unauthorized curriculum modifications and reminds you that all changes must be approved by the Educational Decree Committee. Harry sighed. Do I need to answer all these? As headmaster? Yes, McGonagall replied. Though the tone and content of your responses remain at your discretion. Harry grinned at the subtle permission to be creative in his replies. I'll draft responses this afternoon. Allow me to assist, Dumbledore offered. I've developed something of an art form in crafting letters that sound accommodating while conceding absolutely nothing of substance. Throughout the day, Harry split his time between attending classes with the first years, where he continued his accelerated magical education, and handling his headmaster duties. By evening, 27 letters of complaint had arrived from parents, governors, and ministry officials, along with, surprisingly, 35 letters of support from families who approved of the Interhouse initiative. Public opinion appears divided, Dumbledore observed as they finished replying to the last letter, a particularly pompous missive from Percy Weasley, writing on behalf of his ministry department. More supportive than I expected, Harry admitted. I thought everyone would hate the idea of mixing houses. Many families have children sorted into different houses over generations, McGonagall explained, signing her name as witness to a particularly important response. They understand the artificial nature of complete house separation. The response to Harry's initiatives within Hogwarts proved similarly mixed. By dinner, the sign-up sheets for interhouse activities showed enthusiasm from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, cautious interest from Gryffindor, and minimal participation from Slytherin. The student council nominations, however, had representatives from all houses, including, to Harry's surprise, Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. Malfoy signed up, he asked McGonagall disbelievingly when she delivered the completed nomination lists. Indeed. Though I suspect Mr. Malfoy's interest lies more in opposition than cooperation. Or his father told him to keep an eye on things, Harry suggested. Perhaps. Nevertheless, having Slytherin participation, even reluctant, is a step forward. Harry nodded thoughtfully. We need to make sure the council isn't just symbolic, they need to see their input matters. A wise approach, McGonagall agreed. What did you have in mind? Their first task will be designing the Founders' Unity Cup. And helping organize Friday's exhibit. Harry smiled as an idea struck him. Actually, I think each house representative should present one of the founders, with Slytherin presented by a Slytherin student. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Reclaiming Slytherin's true legacy? Ambitious. We can't unify the houses if one is treated as the villain, Harry pointed out. Besides, what I learned last night changes everything we thought we knew about Slytherin. Indeed. Though convincing centuries of ingrained prejudice will require more than a single exhibition. It's a start, Harry said determinedly. And Hogwarts wants this, I can feel it. As if in agreement, the candles in McGonagall's office brightened momentarily, casting the room in warm, golden light. The next days passed in a whirlwind of activity as Harry balanced his regular duties with preparations for Friday's exhibition and the arrival of Bill Weasley to assess Hogwarts' defenses. The latter proved particularly complicated when Dolores Umbridge returned with a ministry security expert, a sour-faced wizard named Dawlish who seemed determined to find fault with everything. These ward configurations are outdated by at least a century, Dawlish declared as they toured the boundaries of Hogwarts grounds. The ministry recommends a complete overhaul using standardized protection protocols. Standardized protections would be incompatible with Hogwarts' unique magical signature, Bill Weasley countered politely but firmly. The eldest Weasley son, tall, with long red hair tied back in a ponytail and a fawn earring that made Umbridge's eye twitch, had proven both knowledgeable and diplomatic in managing the ministry interference. Mr. Weasley is correct, Dumbledore added. Hogwarts defenses have evolved organically over a millennium. Attempting to replace them with modern standardized wards would be like replacing the flying buttresses of Notre Dame with steel girders, structurally questionable and aesthetically tragic. Dawlish flushed. The aesthetic considerations are secondary to security, Dumbledore. Not at Hogwarts, Harry interjected. The castle's appearance and its protection are interconnected. The gargoyles aren't just decorative, they're part of the defense network. As if to prove his point, a nearby stone gargoyle stretched its wings and yawned, displaying impressively sharp teeth before returning to its seemingly inanimate state. Dawlish jumped visibly. Umbridge's irritating false cough cut through the conversation. Perhaps we should focus on the areas where security clearly failed, such as how a possessed professor was able to infiltrate the staff in the first place. An excellent question, Dumbledore agreed pleasantly. One that might best be directed to the Ministry department responsible for background checks on all Hogwarts appointments, the Educational Employment Office, I believe. Under your supervision, Dolores. Umbridge's toad-like face darkened. Quirrell's background was impeccable. There was no way to detect, actually, Bill interrupted, examining a complex magical readout from his wand. A properly calibrated identity ward at the main gates would have detected the possession. It's standard practice at Gringotts for high-security vaults. Precisely the type of improvement we're implementing, Harry said quickly, seizing the opportunity. Bill, could you show us where these should be placed? As Bill led them toward the main gates, explaining the intricacies of identity verification wards, Harry caught Dumbledore's subtle nod of approval. They were successfully shifting the narrative from Ministry control to genuine security improvements. By the end of the inspection, even Dawlish had grudgingly admitted that many of Bill's suggestions were technically sound, though requiring Ministry oversight for implementation. Umbridge looked distinctly displeased but couldn't publicly object to enhanced security measures without appearing negligent. We'll begin installing the new wards tomorrow, Harry announced as they concluded the tour. With proper respect for Hogwarts' existing magical framework, of course. I'll need to file a comprehensive report before any changes are implemented, Umbridge insisted. Of course, Dumbledore smiled benignly. Though as outlined in the Hogwarts Charter, Section 7, Paragraph 12, the Headmaster may implement emergency security measures without prior approval when student safety is at stake. Given recent events, I believe that clause applies. Umbridge's lips thinned to nearly nothing. The Minister will hear about this. I should hope so, Harry replied innocently. He should be pleased that we're taking student safety so seriously. After Umbridge and Dawlish departed, the latter looking almost apologetic as Umbridge ranted about circumvention of proper channels, Bill gave a low whistle. Impressive political maneuvering for someone who hasn't even hit double digits yet, he told Harry with a grin. Fred and George will never believe you outfoxed the Ministry's pet toad. Harry laughed. I've had good teachers. He gestured to Dumbledore, who bowed dramatically. I merely provided historical context, the old wizard demurred. Harry's instinct for when to stand firm and when to appear accommodating is entirely his own. Well, either way, it worked, Bill said, checking his magical instruments one last time. I'll have a complete ward assessment by tomorrow morning, and we can begin reinforcement immediately. The good news is that Hogwarts' fundamental protections are actually in remarkable condition, better than my initial scan suggested. The castle has been revitalizing itself, Harry explained, not mentioning his direct role in strengthening the boundary wards through his connection with Hogwarts. I've never seen anything like it, Bill agreed. It's as if the original magic is waking up after centuries of dormancy. Harry and Dumbledore exchanged knowing glances but said nothing. With the security assessment underway, Harry turned his attention to the Founders' exhibition and the first meeting of the Student Council, scheduled for Thursday afternoon. 12 students had been selected, 3 from each house, representing different year groups, and all looked somewhat nervous as they assembled in a newly created council chamber adjacent to the Great Hall. Welcome, Harry greeted them, standing before an oval table that deliberately avoided house colors, instead featuring the unified Hogwarts crest he'd displayed in the Great Hall. Thank you for volunteering to be the first Hogwarts Student Council. He introduced each member by name, from Gryffindor, Percy Weasley, 5th year, Angelina Johnson, 3rd year, and Ron Weasley, 1st year, from Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory, 3rd year, Susan Bones, 1st year, and Gabriel Truman, 6th year, from Ravenclaw, Penelope Clearwater, 5th year, Luna Lovegood, 1st year, and Roger Davies, 4th year, from Slytherin, Draco Malfoy, 1st year, Gemma Farley, 6th year, and Adrian Pusey, 3rd year. This council will meet bi-weekly to discuss student concerns and suggest improvements to Hogwarts policies, Harry explained. Your ideas will be taken seriously, this isn't just for show. Percy Weasley sat up straighter, looking importantly around the table. I've prepared several proposals regarding study hall scheduling and prefect patrol optimization. We'll get to those, Percy, Harry assured him, suppressing a smile at the older boy's eagerness. But first, I'd like to discuss two immediate projects, designing the Founders Unity Cup and organizing tomorrow's exhibition. What exactly is this exhibition supposed to accomplish? Draco Malfoy asked, his tone deliberately bored though his eyes showed genuine curiosity. It's going to showcase the true history of the Founders, Harry replied directly. Including correcting some misconceptions about Salazar Slytherin. That caught the attention of all three Slytherin representatives. What misconceptions? Adrian Pusey asked cautiously. The idea that he hated Muggleborns and left Hogwarts over a dispute about blood purity, Harry said. The historical evidence I've found suggests something very different. What evidence? Gemma Farley asked, skepticism clear in her voice. Every history of Hogwarts says, history written by the winners, Harry interrupted gently. Or rather, by people who came generations later and interpreted fragmentary records according to their own biases. And you've discovered the true history, have you? Draco's voice dripped with sarcasm, but there was an undercurrent of genuine interest. Hogwarts itself revealed it, Harry replied simply. And tomorrow, you'll see the proof, artifacts, journals, and magical records preserved by the Founders themselves. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Even the most skeptical students looked intrigued by the possibility of seeing genuine Founder artifacts. Now, Harry continued, I'd like each house to present one Founder at the exhibition. Slytherin students will present Slytherin, Gryffindors will present Gryffindor, and so on. You'll have access to materials never before seen at Hogwarts. Where did these materials come from? Penelope Clearwater asked, ever the logical Ravenclaw. Harry exchanged glances with McGonagall, who had been silently observing from the corner. They had prepared for this question. The castle revealed certain chambers that have been sealed for centuries, Harry explained carefully. Spaces where the Founders worked and stored their personal possessions. Excited murmurs broke out around the table. You found the Chamber of Secrets? Draco asked incredulously. No, or at least, not the chamber legends refer to, Harry clarified. These were personal workspaces, one for each Founder, connected to Hogwarts Foundation. And the castle just showed them to you? Ron Weasley looked dubious. Why now, after 1,000 years? Harry considered how much to reveal. Hogwarts has been becoming more aware lately. You've all noticed it, staircases moving to help rather than hinder, rooms appearing when needed, the castle responding to emergencies like the troll attack. Nods around the table confirmed this observation. The castle chose me as headmaster because it's preparing for something, Harry continued, deciding honesty was the best approach. Something the Founders foresaw but couldn't prevent in their lifetime. Understanding their true intentions is part of that preparation. The council members exchanged glances, absorbing this information with varying degrees of skepticism and belief. So we're supposed to help present these Founder artifacts, Cedric Diggory summarized, bringing the discussion back to practical matters. How exactly will that work? Harry outlined his plan. Each house would create a display about their Founder, incorporating the newly discovered materials with historical context. The presentations would happen simultaneously in different corners of the Great Hall, with students rotating between them throughout the evening. This could actually be interesting, Gemma Farley admitted reluctantly. Especially if there really is new information about Slytherin. There is, Harry assured her. And it might change how people think about your house. The council spent the next hour planning the exhibition details and beginning designs for the Founders' Unity Cup. To Harry's surprise and satisfaction, even the Slytherin representatives engaged constructively, with Draco Malfoy demonstrating unexpected artistic talent in sketching potential cup designs. As the meeting concluded, Harry felt cautiously optimistic. The students had worked together despite house differences, finding common ground in their shared interest in Hogwarts history and pride in their founders. A promising beginning, McGonagall commented as the last students filed out. Though I suspect tomorrow's exhibition will be the true test. They'll come around when they see the evidence, Harry said confidently. Especially the Slytherins. They've had to defend their house for so long, imagine how they'll feel when they learn Slytherin was nothing like the villain he's portrayed as. McGonagall looked thoughtful. Challenging deeply held beliefs is never easy, Mr. Potter. Even with irrefutable evidence, people cling to comfortable narratives. Then we'll just have to make the truth more appealing than the myth, Harry replied with determination. Friday evening arrived with a buzz of excitement throughout Hogwarts. The Great Hall had been transformed, the house tables removed and replaced with 4 exhibition areas in the corners, each dedicated to one founder. In the center stood a magnificent display of the Heart Stone, brought up from the foundation chamber and pulsing with soft blue light that seemed to connect all 4 exhibitions. Students filed in, curious and chattering, many expressing surprise at the dramatic transformation of their familiar dining hall. Professor Flitwick had charmed the ceiling to show key moments in Hogwarts history, while Professor Sprout had contributed living plant arrangements characteristic of the Founders' era. Welcome to the Founders' exhibition, Harry announced once everyone had arrived. Tonight, you'll discover the true history of Hogwarts and its creators, including facts that may surprise you. Council members from each house will guide you through their Founders' display. He gestured to the 4 corners, where the student presenters waited nervously beside tables laden with artifacts, journals, and magical displays. Begin at your house's founder, then rotate clockwise every 15 minutes. Take your time, ask questions, and keep an open mind. Some of what you learn might challenge what you thought you knew. With that enigmatic statement, Harry stepped back, allowing students to disperse to their starting positions. He circulated between the exhibits, watching reactions and occasionally answering questions that stumped the presenters. The Gryffindor display, led by Percy Weasley, who had memorized his entire presentation and delivered it with theatrical flourish, featured Godric's original battle maps, examples of early defensive spells he'd created, and a pensive memory, carefully extracted by Dumbledore, showing the founder teaching dueling techniques to the first Hogwarts students. At the Hufflepuff corner, Cedric Diggory and Susan Bones had created a living demonstration of Helga's magical ecosystem, with fairy lights illuminating the interconnections between plant species. They explained Hufflepuff's revolutionary approach to magical sustainability and her belief that cooperation, not competition, was the natural state of both plants and people. Penelope Clearwater presided over the Ravenclaw exhibit with academic precision, explaining Rowena's magical innovations including the enchanted ceiling and moving staircases. Luna Lovegood, meanwhile, charmed visitors with whimsical but surprisingly insightful interpretations of Ravenclaw's more esoteric writings on magical consciousness and the sentience of created objects. But it was the Slytherin display that drew the most attention, and the most dramatic reactions. Draco Malfoy, initially reluctant but increasingly animated as the evening progressed, guided viewers through evidence that directly contradicted the common narrative about Salazar Slytherin. "This is Slytherin's final journal," Draco explained to a group of wide-eyed Ravenclaws, indicating a glass-encased book with text visible in what appeared to be Parseltongue but had been magically translated to English for the exhibition. "It proves he didn't leave Hogwarts because of an argument about Muggleborns. He left to investigate a magical threat, some kind of ancient power he believed would eventually target Hogwarts." "But what about the Chamber of Secrets?" a skeptical fifth year asked. With the monster that's supposed to purge Muggleborns. The chamber exists, Draco acknowledged, but not for the purpose legend claims. According to these notes, it contains a guardian creature meant to protect Hogwarts against the threat Slytherin foresaw. Harry watched with satisfaction as students moved between exhibitions, their expressions changing from skepticism to wonder to thoughtful reconsideration. The evidence was compelling, primary sources from the founders themselves, magical artifacts with provenance verified by Dumbledore and Flitwick, and pensive memories preserved through ancient magic. By the end of the evening, conversations throughout the hall had shifted from house rivalries to animated discussions about the founders' original vision and how far Hogwarts had drifted from it. They were friends, a Hufflepuff third year marveled. Real friends, not just colleagues. Look at this painting of them together. Slytherin's potions innovations were centuries ahead of his time, a Ravenclaw prefect admitted grudgingly to Adrian Pusey. Some of these techniques aren't even in our advanced textbooks. Most significant to Harry was the change in the Slytherin students themselves. Many had arrived defensive or dismissive but were now standing taller, engaging with students from other houses about their founders' true accomplishments and legacy. "This changes everything," he overheard Gemma Farley telling a group of mixed-house sixth years. "We've been villainized for centuries based on a complete misinterpretation of Slytherin's intentions." Even Professor Snape, who had initially regarded the exhibition with characteristic skepticism, was observed studying Slytherin's potions journals with unconcealed fascination. "Finding something interesting, Professor?" Harry asked, approaching carefully. Snape glanced up, his expression guarded but not hostile. Slytherin's approach to stabilizing volatile ingredients was revolutionary. Many of these techniques were attributed to later potion masters, but clearly originated with him. "There's more in his personal laboratory," Harry mentioned. "I could show you sometime." Something like genuine interest flickered in Snape's dark eyes. That would be acceptable. Coming from Snape, this was practically effusive enthusiasm. As the exhibition wound down, Harry called for attention one final time. "Thank you all for coming tonight. I hope what you've seen has given you a new perspective on our school and its founders." He gestured to the heart stone, still glowing softly in the center of the hall. "This is the first stone laid in Hogwarts' foundation, containing magic from all four founders. They created Hogwarts to unite magical people, not divide them. The sorting into houses was meant to celebrate different strengths, not create rivalries that last lifetimes." The stone pulsed brighter as he spoke, as if affirming his words. "Starting tonight, we honor that original vision. The Founders' Unity Cup will recognize cooperation between houses, and the Student Council will work to break down barriers that should never have existed." Harry raised his wand, and the unified Hogwarts crest appeared above the heart stone, the four animals moving in harmony. "Hogwarts is changing," he concluded. "The magic of the castle is awakening, and with it, the true purpose of this school. I hope you'll all be part of that change." The great hall erupted in applause, not universal, but widespread enough to suggest his message had resonated with many. As students filed out, continuing their discussions about the exhibition's revelations, Harry felt a deep satisfaction. The first step toward reuniting Hogwarts had been taken. "Most impressive," Dumbledore commented, appearing beside him as the hall emptied. "You've given them much to think about." "It's just the beginning," Harry replied. "But at least now they're questioning the divisions that seemed so natural before." "Indeed. Though I suspect certain parents will be less than pleased to have their worldviews challenged through their children." Harry grimaced. "Lucius Malfoy is going to have a fit when Draco tells him Slytherin didn't actually hate Muggleborns. I would pay a substantial sum to witness that particular family discussion." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily. "But more importantly, you've laid groundwork that will prove essential in the times ahead." "You mean when Voldemort returns?" Harry said quietly. Dumbledore nodded, his expression turning serious. "A house divided cannot stand against such a threat. By reuniting Hogwarts, you strengthen not just the school, but the future of magical Britain itself." As they spoke, Bill Weasley approached, carrying a complex magical diagram that pulsed with colored lines representing Hogwarts' ward network. "Sorry to interrupt, Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, but I've completed the final ward assessment, and there's something unusual you should see." He unrolled the diagram on a nearby table. "The castle's defenses have been reconfiguring themselves over the past week, not deteriorating, as I first thought, but evolving into a more integrated pattern." Harry studied the diagram, recognizing elements from the Founder's original ward designs he'd seen in their chambers. "It's reverting to the original protection scheme, but incorporating modern elements." Bill looked surprised. "That's exactly what it's doing, though I've no idea how you know that. The really interesting part is here," he pointed to a pulsing golden node near the Forbidden Forest boundary. "This looks like a completely new ward anchor forming spontaneously." Dumbledore leaned closer, adjusting his spectacles. "Fascinating. It appears to be generating a detection field specifically calibrated to recognize corrupted magical signatures." "Voldemort," Harry whispered, understanding immediately. "The castle is creating specialized defenses against him." "Not just him," Bill said, looking troubled. "According to my diagnostic spells, this ward is designed to detect and track magical parasites, possession, and fragmented souls." He glanced between Harry and Dumbledore. "What exactly is Hogwarts preparing for?" Dumbledore's expression turned grave. "I fear we're about to find out." The Daily Prophet arrived at breakfast the next morning with a front-page headline that sent a ripple of unease through the Great Hall: "Azkaban break-in attempted, Death Eater sympathizers sought in a shocking breach of security, unknown assailants attempted to infiltrate Azkaban prison yesterday evening, apparently targeting the high-security wing housing convicted Death Eaters from the last Wizarding War. The attempt failed, but Ministry officials express grave concern over the sophistication of the attack, which temporarily disabled several Dementor guards." "This was not the work of amateurs," said Head Aura Rufus Scrimgeour. "We are treating this as a coordinated attempt to free followers of you-know-who." Minister Cornelius Fudge moved quickly to reassure the public, "The prisoners remain secure, and we have increased security at all magical sites of significance. There is absolutely no evidence connecting this incident to rumors of you-know-who's return, which remain unfounded fear-mongering. Sources within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, however, suggest the attack may indicate renewed Death Eater activity for the first time since the fall of their master." Harry exchanged troubled glances with Dumbledore as students throughout the hall discussed the news in hushed, worried tones. "It's beginning," Harry said quietly. "Just like the castle warned." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "The timing, directly following our ward reinforcement and your exhibition revealing Slytherin's true concerns about an ancient threat, cannot be coincidence. Do you think someone was trying to break Bellatrix Lestrange out?" McGonagall asked in a low voice, having joined them after seeing the headline. She was always his most fanatical follower. "Possibly," Dumbledore replied. "Though I suspect the target may have been information rather than extraction, a message delivered, perhaps." Harry's scar gave a sudden, warning throb. He'd experienced few incidents since the confrontation with Quirrell, but the newspaper article seemed to have triggered a connection. "He's planning something. I can feel it." Before they could discuss further, the doors to the Great Hall burst open. Dolores Umbridge marched in, flanked by two Aurors and looking triumphant. "Hem, she announced loudly, silencing the breakfast chatter. "By order of the Minister for Magic, in light of security concerns raised by recent events, I am hereby appointed High Inquisitor of Hogwarts with expanded authority to ensure proper safeguarding of students." She unrolled an official-looking document bearing the Ministry seal. "Educational Decree No. 28 grants me power to review and overrule any decision made by the current administration, including ward modifications, curriculum changes, and student organizations." Her gaze fixed on Harry, malice barely concealed behind her saccharine smile. "The exhibition last night, promoting revisionist history without ministry approval, will be the first matter under review." Harry felt a surge of anger, but before he could respond, a strange sensation swept through the Great Hall, like a wave of magic emanating from the very stones. The enchanted ceiling, normally showing the sky outside, darkened dramatically. Thunder rumbled through the hall, though no lightning appeared. Every candle dimmed simultaneously, then flared back to full brightness. The Hogwarts crest above the staff table pulsed with golden light, and a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere spoke: "The castle rejects external authority. The headmaster stands confirmed by ancient right. Interference will not be tolerated." Umbridge paled, her clipboard slipping from suddenly nerveless fingers. The aurors beside her looked around uneasily, hands moving instinctively toward their wands. "What trickery is this?" Umbridge demanded, though her voice shook slightly. "Dumbledore, your theatrical display won't intimidate the ministry." Dumbledore spread his hands. "I assure you, Dolores, this is not my doing. Hogwarts itself is speaking, a phenomenon last recorded in 1412 when the ministry of that era attempted similar interference." The thunder rumbled again, and a cold breeze swept through the hall despite the closed windows. Several goblets on the Slytherin table tipped over by themselves, spilling pumpkin juice in what seemed a deliberate pattern. Harry stood, feeling the castle's magic surging around him, urging him to speak. "The Founder's Clause that appointed me headmaster supersedes ministry authority, Madam Umbridge. Hogwarts is reminding you of that fact." "Preposterous." Umbridge sputtered. "A building cannot have legal authority over the ministry." Actually, Percy Weasley spoke up unexpectedly from the Gryffindor table. "According to Hogwarts, a history and the original Wizarding Educational Charter of 932, the castle's sentience is legally recognized as having primacy in matters of Hogwarts governance." He adjusted his glasses importantly. The Wisingamot reaffirmed this in the case of Ministry versus Hogwarts Board of Governors in 1749. Harry shot Percy a grateful look. Trust a Weasley prefect to know the exact legal precedent needed. Umbridge looked apoplectic, but the aurors were now distinctly uncomfortable, one whispering urgently in her ear. "This matter isn't settled," she finally hissed. "The minister will hear about this immediately." "Please do inform him," Dumbledore replied pleasantly. "And perhaps remind him that attempting to override Hogwarts' autonomy has historically ended poorly for ministers. The portrait of Artemisia Lufkin in the ministry atrium still bears scorch marks from her last attempt, as I recall." With a final venomous glare, Umbridge stormed out, the aurors following with visible relief at escaping the increasingly oppressive atmosphere of the Great Hall. As the doors closed behind them, the ceiling cleared, returning to its normal display of the morning sky. The sense of magical pressure dissipated, though a faint hum of power still resonated through the stones. The Great Hall erupted in excited chatter. Many students were staring at Harry with newfound awe, having witnessed the castle's direct intervention on his behalf. "Well," McGonagall remarked dryly, "that was dramatic." "The castle is becoming more assertive," Dumbledore observed, looking both impressed and concerned. "Its magic grows stronger as its connection to you deepens, Harry." "I didn't tell it to do that," Harry clarified. "Though I can't say I'm disappointed." "Indeed not. However, we should expect significant backlash from the ministry. Cornelius will not appreciate having his authority so publicly challenged." "Let him come," Harry said with newfound confidence. Hogwarts has made its choice clear. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes, administrative duties, and continued preparations for the enhanced security measures. Bill Weasley's team, now expanded to include 2 colleagues from Gringotts who specialized in ancient warding techniques, worked methodically around the castle grounds, integrating new protections with the awakening original defenses. Harry split his time between observing regular classes and working in the Founder's Sanctum, where he was gradually deciphering Slytherin's research on the ancient threat he had foreseen. The work was challenging, much of it written in Parseltongue or obscure magical notations, but patterns were emerging that concerned him deeply. Slytherin believed something was hidden in Britain, he explained to Dumbledore that evening as they reviewed translated passages. Something old, predating even the Founders, with the power to corrupt magic itself. Did he identify this threat? Dumbledore asked, examining a runic diagram that appeared to map magical ley lines throughout Britain. Not specifically, but he tracked disturbances in magical flow to several locations. Harry pointed to marked spots on the ancient map. Here, in what's now the Department of Mysteries. Here, somewhere in Albania. And here, his finger rested on a point in Scotland not far from Hogwarts itself, in what he called, the Ancient Hollow. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. Albania has particular significance. My research suggests Voldemort spent years there after his fall, existing as less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost. You think he found whatever Slytherin was worried about? It's possible. The timing of recent events, the Azkaban break-in attempt, the awakening of Hogwarts defenses, your visions through the Scar connection, suggest something is accelerating Voldemort's plans for return. Harry absently rubbed his scar, which had been prickling intermittently all day. There's something else, sir. In my dreams lately, I keep seeing a cup, a locket, and some kind of crown or diadem. They feel important somehow. Dumbledore went very still. A cup, locket, and diadem. Can you describe them in detail? Harry closed his eyes, recalling the dream images. The cup is small, made of gold with two finely wrought handles. It has a badger engraved on the side. Hufflepuff's cup, Dumbledore whispered. The locket is heavy gold with an ornate S in green jewels. And the diadem is silver with the phrase, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Slytherin's locket and Ravenclaw's diadem, both lost for centuries. Dumbledore's blue eyes had lost their twinkle, replaced by intense focus. Harry, these dreams may be more significant than either of us realized. Before Dumbledore could explain further, the door to the sanctum burst open. McGonagall rushed in, her normally composed demeanor shattered. "Albus, Potter, you're needed immediately. There's been an incident in Hogsmeade. Death Eaters." Harry and Dumbledore exchanged alarmed glances before following McGonagall at a run. She briefed them as they hurried through the castle corridors. 3 masked figures appeared in the village center 30 minutes ago. They cast the dark mark over the 3 broomsticks, then left a message carved into the door. Her Scottish accent thickened with stress. It says, "The heir awaits the cup of resurrection." Dumbledore's pace faltered momentarily. The cup, just as Harry dreamed. They reached the entrance hall to find Bill Weasley coordinating with his team and Professor Flitwick, rapidly strengthening the castle's outer defenses. "We've activated the perimeter alerts," Bill reported tersely. "All secret passages are sealed and monitored. If they try to enter Hogwarts grounds, we'll know immediately." "Excellent work," Dumbledore approved. "Though I suspect this attack was meant as a message rather than a prelude to invasion." "A message for whom?" McGonagall asked. "For me," Harry realized, his scar burning more insistently now. "Voldemort knows I'm headmaster. He knows Hogwarts chose me. And he wants." He frowned, the pieces suddenly connecting. "He wants Hufflepuff's cup." "But why?" McGonagall looked bewildered. "It's a historical artifact, certainly valuable, but hardly worth revealing their return over." "Unless it's more than just a cup," Dumbledore said gravely. "Harry, I believe it's time I shared certain suspicions I've harbored about Voldemort's path to immortality, suspicions that your dreams and these recent events have unfortunately confirmed." He turned to McGonagall. "Minerva, please inform the staff that we're at security level 3. No students outside the castle, all movements in groups, prefects on rotating patrol." "And the ministry?" she asked. "Will be arriving shortly, I'm sure, though whether to help or hinder remains to be seen," Dumbledore replied dryly. Harry's head pounded with the implications of what was happening. "The cup is here, isn't it? In Hogwarts." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "If my theory is correct, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, or rather, what Voldemort transformed it into, may indeed be hidden somewhere within these walls. Along with, perhaps, the other objects from your dreams." "Transformed it into what?" Harry asked, though a part of him already feared the answer. A Horcrux, Dumbledore said softly, the word itself seeming to darken the air around them. A container for a fragment of his soul, torn apart through the darkest magic imaginable. The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. That's how he survived when the killing curse rebounded. That's what the castle has been trying to warn us about. I believe so, Dumbledore agreed. And if I'm right, Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes, perhaps using founder artifacts for some of them. It would appeal to his sense of grandiosity and his obsession with Hogwarts. So these Death Eaters in Hogsmeade, they're trying to find Hufflepuff's cup to help bring him back. Harry's mind raced through the possibilities. Or perhaps they already know where it is and are simply announcing their intention to retrieve it, Dumbledore suggested grimly. Either way, we must locate these objects before Voldemort's servants do. As they spoke, a silvery lynx Patronus bounded into the entrance hall, speaking with Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, calming voice, Death Eaters disapparated from Hogsmeade. Ministry forces securing the village. Umbridge demanding entry to Hogwarts with Auror Squad. Recommend caution. And so it begins, Dumbledore sighed. The Ministry will attempt to take control of Hogwarts under the guise of security concerns, while Voldemort's forces move to recover his Horcruxes. And we're caught in the middle, Harry concluded. But we have one advantage they don't. He placed his hand on the nearest wall, feeling Hogwarts' magic pulse beneath his palm. The castle is on our side. As if in confirmation, the stone briefly warmed beneath his touch. Indeed it is, Dumbledore's eyes regained some of their characteristic twinkle. And I suggest we use that advantage immediately. Harry, can you ask Hogwarts to search for objects containing dark, corrupted magic, specifically items that might have belonged to the Founders? Harry nodded, closing his eyes to focus on his connection with the castle. Rather than speaking aloud, he formed the request in his mind, picturing the artifacts from his dreams and the wrongness he sensed within them. The response came as a series of impressions rather than words, locations within Hogwarts where such darkness might be hidden. One image came through clearer than the others, a room filled with countless hidden objects, towering in precarious stacks. The room of requirement, Harry murmured, opening his eyes. But configured differently than I've seen it before. Some kind of storage room where things have been hidden for centuries. The room of hidden things, Dumbledore identified. A legend among Hogwarts staff, a place where generations of students and teachers have concealed objects they wished to keep secret. Ravenclaw's diadem is there, Harry said with certainty, the castle's message crystal clear. The cup and locket are elsewhere, but the diadem is in that room. Then we must retrieve it immediately, Dumbledore decided. Before, a thunderous knocking interrupted him. The great oak doors of Hogwarts shuddered under the impact. Open in the name of the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge's magically amplified voice demanded. By order of the Minister, Hogwarts is hereby placed under direct Ministry control for the duration of the security emergency. Harry exchanged glances with Dumbledore and McGonagall. Perfect timing. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed dryly. Minerva, would you be so kind as to stall our Ministry visitors? Diplomatic delay only, please. Of course, McGonagall replied, straightening her robes and adopting her most formidable expression. I believe a thorough explanation of Hogwarts entry protocols during Security Level 3 should occupy at least 20 minutes. Excellent. Harry and I will proceed to the room of hidden things. Dumbledore turned to Bill Weasley. Continue strengthening the wards. If Death Eaters attacked Hogsmeade openly, they may grow bold enough to attempt a direct assault on the castle. Bill nodded grimly. We're prepared for that possibility. The new detection wards will give us early warning of any approach. As McGonagall strode toward the entrance to deal with Umbridge, Harry and Dumbledore hurried in the opposite direction, heading for the 7th floor where the room of requirement awaited. Sir, Harry asked as they climbed a moving staircase that helpfully accelerated its usual pace, if these Horcruxes are fragments of Voldemort's soul, what happens when we find them? Destroying a Horcrux requires overcoming powerful protective enchantments, then damaging the container beyond magical repair, Dumbledore explained. Few substances possess that capability: basilisk venom, fiend fire, perhaps certain goblin-forged weapons imbued with appropriate magical properties. Like Gryffindor's sword, Harry suggested, remembering the ruby-encrusted blade from the Founder's chamber. Precisely. Though accessing its full power would require it to absorb the destructive agent first, a complex process. They reached the 7th-floor corridor, Harry's legs burning from the rapid ascent. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet marked the location of the hidden room. Focus on the place where things are hidden, Dumbledore instructed. Visualize it clearly as you pace 3 times. Harry concentrated, drawing on the image Hogwarts had shared with him, endless towers of discarded and concealed objects, accumulated over centuries. He paced before the blank wall once, twice, 3 times, his request crystallizing in his mind: show me where the diadem is hidden. Show me Ravenclaw's diadem. A door materialized, larger and more ornate than the one that had appeared when he'd sought information about his parents, carved with the Ravenclaw eagle and inlaid with bronze. It's guiding us directly, Dumbledore observed with surprised approval. Your bond with the castle grows stronger by the day. They entered a cathedral-like space, impossibly large, filled with towering stacks of objects, broken furniture, thousands of books, jewels, potions, hats, cloaks, what appeared to be forbidden items, and treasures whose purpose had been long forgotten. Narrow pathways wound between the precariously balanced columns of hidden things. The accumulated secrets of 1,000 years, Dumbledore murmured, gazing around in wonder. Many headmasters have searched for this particular configuration of the room, but it reveals itself rarely, and never so directly. This way, Harry said with certainty, feeling a pull toward a specific location. His scar prickled uncomfortably as they navigated the maze-like paths, suggesting they were approaching something connected to Voldemort. The sensation led them to a tarnished tiara sitting atop a discolored bust of an old warlock. Despite its dusty appearance, the diadem's elegant craftsmanship was unmistakable, delicate silver metalwork set with a stunning sapphire, exactly as Harry had seen in his dreams. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, Dumbledore read the tiny inscription. Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem, unseen for nearly 1,000 years. And now corrupted into a vessel for the darkest of magics. Harry reached toward it instinctively, but Dumbledore caught his wrist. Don't touch it directly. Horcruxes often carry defensive enchantments designed to tempt, possess, or harm those who find them. He conjured a silken bag, then levitated the diadem carefully inside. Even through the fabric, Harry could sense wrongness emanating from the once beautiful object, a malevolent awareness that seemed to watch them. We should destroy it immediately, Harry suggested, his scar burning steadily now. Indeed, though the means of destruction requires careful consideration. Fiend fire in this room would be catastrophic, and we lack basilisk venom at present. Dumbledore secured the bag with a complex sealing charm. For now, we'll secure it in my office while we search for the other Horcruxes. As they turned to leave, a tremendous magical shockwave rocked the castle, nearly knocking them off their feet. Dust rained down from the towering stacks, several of which swayed dangerously. The wards, Dumbledore said sharply. Someone is attacking them directly. They rushed from the room of hidden things, the door vanishing behind them as they emerged into the corridor. Through the nearest window, Harry could see magical explosions illuminating the night sky near the edge of the forbidden forest, multicolored flashes that signaled a significant magical battle. Professors Flitwick and Sprout came running toward them, both looking alarmed. Death Eaters at the southeast boundary. Flitwick reported breathlessly. At least a dozen, attempting to breach the wards. The Ministry delegation is demanding control of our defenses, Sprout added. Minerva's holding them off in the entrance hall, but Umbridge is threatening to arrest her for obstruction. Dumbledore's expression hardened. Harry, take the diadem to my office and secure it. I'll join Minerva and coordinate our defense. What about the other Horcruxes? Harry asked urgently. The cup and locket. One victory at a time, Dumbledore replied. Go, quickly. Harry nodded and sprinted toward the headmaster's office, the silk bag containing the diadem clutched carefully to his chest. As he ran, he reached out to Hogwarts through his deepening bond, strengthen the wards. Protect the students. Show me where the other Horcruxes are hidden. The castle's response surged through him, not just an answer but power, ancient and vast. Harry felt the defensive magic rising around Hogwarts, stone guardians awakening, protective enchantments layering upon each other. And with it came clearer impressions of the remaining Horcruxes' locations, the cup somewhere in the depths of the castle, in a place of lost things different from the room of requirement, and the locket was already within the castle walls, carried by someone who had recently entered. Harry's blood ran cold at the implication. One of the Death Eaters, or someone in the Ministry delegation, had brought Slytherin's locket to Hogwarts. He reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, which leapt aside without a password. Taking the spiral staircase 2 steps at a time, Harry burst into the circular office, immediately heading for the most secure cabinet behind Dumbledore's desk. As he approached, however, a familiar, unwelcome voice froze him in place. Well, well. The boy headmaster, all alone with a very interesting package. Lucius Malfoy stepped from the shadows near Fawkes's perch, elegant robes immaculate, silver-topped cane gripped in one gloved hand. His cold grey eyes fixed on the silk bag in Harry's arms. Mr. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged, mind racing. How did you get in here? I'm a school governor, remember? Malfoy smiled thinly. Even with the heightened security, certain passages remain accessible to those with the proper authority. Especially when the castle's defenders are distracted by a convenient diversion at the boundaries. Harry tightened his grip on the silk bag. The attack is a diversion. You're here for the Horcruxes. Surprise flickered across Malfoy's aristocratic features. You know about? Well, this is unexpected. Dumbledore has been sharing secrets with his child protégé. I know Voldemort made Horcruxes from Founder artifacts, Harry said boldly, noticing how Malfoy flinched at the name. I know you have one of them, Slytherin's locket. Malfoy's hand moved to his pocket reflexively, confirming Harry's suspicion. Clever boy. The Dark Lord said you were not to be underestimated, despite your youth. His wand appeared in his hand. Now, hand over Ravenclaw's diadem, and I may consider leaving you merely unconscious rather than permanently damaged. You don't understand what you're doing, Harry tried, backing slowly toward the cabinet. These aren't just dark artifacts. They're pieces of Voldemort's soul, created through murder. I'm well aware of what a Horcrux is, Potter, Malfoy snapped. The Dark Lord entrusted certain followers with his most precious possessions. When the sign came, the connection re-established through Quirrell's attempt, we understood our instructions. Bring the anchors together for his rebirth. And you're okay with that? Bringing back the wizard who failed last time? Who got so many of his followers killed or imprisoned? Harry kept talking, desperately hoping to delay until help arrived. Your son is a student here, Mr. Malfoy. Do you really want Voldemort to return and turn Hogwarts into a battleground? Something flickered in Malfoy's cold eyes, doubt, perhaps, or concern. The Dark Lord will reward those who remained faithful. Those who helped restore him. Until he decides you're not useful anymore, Harry countered. Voldemort doesn't have friends, Mr. Malfoy. He has tools. Malfoy's expression hardened. Enough talk. Give me the diadem, Potter. Now. His wand aimed directly at Harry's heart. Accio bag. The silk bag jerked in Harry's grasp, but he held firm, his own magic and the castle's combined to resist the summoning charm. Imperio. Malfoy snarled, abandoning subtlety. The unforgivable curse hit Harry like a warm wave, a gentle voice suggesting he should simply hand over the bag, such a reasonable request, really. But the foreign compulsion found no purchase. Between Harry's natural resistance, discovered during defense training with Dumbledore, and Hogwarts' protective magic surrounding him, the Imperius curse slid away like water off stone. "That won't work," Harry said calmly, drawing his own wand. "Hogwarts protects its headmaster." Fury twisted Malfoy's aristocratic features. Crucio. Before the torture curse could reach Harry, the office itself intervened. A shelf of silver instruments toppled between them, disrupting the spell's path. Simultaneously, Fawkes the Phoenix launched from his perch with an outraged cry, diving at Malfoy's face with talons extended. Malfoy stumbled backward, slashing his wand to fend off the attacking Phoenix. "Damn bird! Reducto!" The blasting curse missed Fawkes but shattered the cabinet behind, showering the room with splinters. Using the distraction, Harry pointed his wand at the floor beneath Malfoy's feet. Glacius. The stone flagging instantly froze over with a thick layer of ice. Malfoy lost his footing, arms windmilling as he struggled for balance. His legs went out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor, his wand skittering away across the icy surface. Harry moved quickly, pointing his wand at the fallen wizard. Petrificus totalis. The full body bind took effect instantly. Malfoy went rigid, only his furious eyes able to move as they tracked Harry approaching cautiously. "You shouldn't have used an unforgivable in front of so many witnesses," Harry told him conversationally, gesturing to the portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses lining the walls, all of whom were watching with expressions ranging from shock to satisfaction. Harry knelt carefully and removed a heavy gold locket from Malfoy's pocket, Slytherin's locket, just as he'd seen in his dreams, with its ornate S of green jewels. Even through his gloves, he could feel the same wrongness emanating from it that the diadem exuded. "Two down," he murmured, placing the locket inside the silk bag with the diadem. The combined dark magic made his scar throb painfully. The office door burst open, and Dumbledore rushed in, followed closely by McGonagall and, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. "Harry. Are you?" Dumbledore stopped short at the sight of Lucius Malfoy petrified on the floor. "Ah. I see you've had an unexpected visitor." "Father!" Draco cried, rushing forward only to be restrained by McGonagall's firm hand on his shoulder. "Mr. Malfoy attempted to steal this," Harry explained, holding up the silk bag. "And he was carrying the locket, another Horcrux." "Two Horcruxes," Dumbledore breathed. "Remarkable." "He said something about bringing the anchors together for Voldemort's rebirth," Harry added. "I think the Death Eaters are trying to gather all the Horcruxes." "That would be consistent with certain dark rituals," Dumbledore confirmed grimly. "The concentrated power of multiple soul fragments could potentially accelerate Voldemort's return to corporeal form." "My father wouldn't," Draco began hotly, then faltered as he looked at his father's frozen form, one hand still extended from casting an unforgivable curse. "I'm sorry, Draco," Harry said sincerely. "But your father just used two unforgivables against me. The portraits all witnessed it." Draco's pale face drained of what little color it had. "There must be some mistake. Some explanation." "There is," Harry agreed. "Your father is still loyal to Voldemort." "Don't say that name." Draco snapped automatically, then looked confused, as if questioning his own reflexive response. McGonagall intervened. "Mr. Malfoy, Draco, this situation is complicated and distressing. I suggest you wait in my office while we handle this matter." "I want to stay with my father," Draco insisted, chin raised defiantly despite the shock evident in his eyes. "I'm afraid that's not possible," Dumbledore said gently. "Lucius has committed serious crimes that require immediate ministry attention. Minerva, would you please escort young Mr. Malfoy to your office and stay with him? I'll join you shortly." McGonagall nodded, guiding a reluctant Draco from the room. The boy looked back at his father one last time, confusion and hurt warring on his pointed face before the door closed behind them. "Poor child," Dumbledore sighed. "Discovering your parents' true allegiances is never easy." What about the attack at the boundary? Harry asked, carefully placing the bag containing both Horcruxes in Dumbledore's still intact secure cabinet. A sophisticated diversion, as you surmised. The moment Lucius was captured, the Death Eaters retreated. Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring ropes that bound the still petrified Malfoy. More concerning is what this implies about Voldemort's plans. If his followers are collecting Horcruxes, they must believe they can use them to restore him to power. We still need to find Hufflepuff's cup, Harry reminded him. The castle showed me it somewhere in the depths, in a place of lost things, but not the room of requirement. The castle is communicating with you directly now. Not just impressions. Almost like words, sometimes, Harry confirmed. It's getting clearer the longer I'm headmaster. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. As for a place of lost things in the depths, perhaps, he was interrupted by Professor Snape bursting into the office, his normally sallow face even paler than usual. Death Eaters have breached the Chamber of Secrets, he announced without preamble. They've found another entrance from the Forbidden Forest, one not covered by the standard wards. The Chamber of Secrets? Harry repeated, shocked. But that's supposed to be a myth. Hardly. Snape's dark eyes flicked to Lucius Malfoy's bound form. I see Lucius's mission failed. You knew? Dumbledore asked sharply. I suspected, Snape corrected. He was too eager to join the Ministry delegation. But we have more urgent concerns. According to the castle ghosts, at least 4 Death Eaters have entered the chamber through an underground passage. They're searching for something. Hufflepuff's cup, Harry realized. The place of lost things in the depths, it's the Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's lost chamber, hiding Hufflepuff's artifact. Dumbledore looked thoughtful. The irony would have appealed to Voldemort. We need to get there first, Harry insisted. But how? The chamber can only be opened by a Parselmouth. Which you are, Dumbledore reminded him. Another gift from your connection to Voldemort, revealed during our defense lessons. Harry had almost forgotten the discovery they'd made months ago during practice with conjured snakes, that he could speak the language of serpents, a rare ability Dumbledore attributed to the night Voldemort's killing curse rebounded. The main entrance is in a girl's bathroom on the 2nd floor, Snape supplied. Myrtle Warren died there 50 years ago when the chamber was last opened. Harry nodded decisively. Let's go. Professor Snape, can you alert the other staff to secure the students? If there are Death Eaters inside Hogwarts, everyone needs to shelter in the Great Hall. Snape's eyebrows rose slightly at being given orders by a 7-year-old, but he nodded. And Lucius? Kingsley Shacklebolt is with the Auror delegation, Dumbledore replied. He can be trusted to handle this properly, without Umbridge's interference. I'll secure Lucius here until Kingsley arrives. The Horcruxes, Harry reminded them, gesturing to the cabinet. We can't leave them unprotected. Indeed not. Dumbledore approached the cabinet, waving his wand in complex patterns. This protection will allow only you or me to access them, Harry. Now go, find the cup before the Death Eaters do. Harry raced through the corridors, Snape surprisingly keeping pace beside him. The potions master moved with unexpected athleticism, his billowing robes not hampering his speed in the slightest. Slytherin would never have placed the entrance to his secret chamber in a girl's lavatory, Snape commented as they descended a moving staircase. The plumbing is a relatively modern addition to Hogwarts. So the bathroom entrance was created later. By who? Unknown. Perhaps a descendant who discovered the original entrance had been built over. Snape's face remained impassive, but Harry detected grudging respect in his tone. You continue to surprise me, Potter. Most children would be hiding under their beds after facing Lucius Malfoy. I'm not most children, Harry replied simply. And Hogwarts needs its headmaster right now. They reached the 2nd floor corridor where a large puddle of water had spread from beneath a bathroom door. A sign reading, "Out of order," hung crookedly from the handle. Myrtle's bathroom, Snape identified. She floods it regularly when upset. Harry pushed the door open cautiously, wand ready. The bathroom beyond was indeed flooded, water an inch deep across the tiled floor. Ghostly sobbing echoed from one of the stalls. "Who's there?" a girl's voice called petulantly. "Come to throw something else at me?" A translucent figure drifted through the stall door, a teenage girl with thick glasses and a perpetually miserable expression. "Hello, Myrtle," Harry greeted her. "We need your help. Death Eaters are trying to use the Chamber of Secrets." Myrtle's ghostly eyes widened. "The Chamber? You know about that?" She floated closer, examining Harry curiously. "You're just a little boy. How do you know about the Chamber?" "I'm the Headmaster," Harry replied, the statement no longer feeling strange to him. "And Hogwarts showed me that the entrance is here." "Ooh, the Headmaster." Myrtle giggled, suddenly coquettish despite the dire situation. "I remember when I died, the Headmaster then, Dip Pet, nasty old man, didn't believe it was a monster that killed me. But it was. I saw great big yellow eyes, right there." She pointed dramatically to the sinks in the center of the room. Harry approached the circular arrangement of sinks, examining them carefully. On the side of one tap, he found a tiny engraved snake, almost worn away by time and cleaning. "This is it," he said to Snape, who was keeping watch at the door. "Stand back." Harry focused on the small snake carving, imagining it alive and moving. "Open," he commanded, but heard the strange hissing syllables of Parseltongue emerge from his mouth instead of English. The sink began to move, sinking right out of sight to reveal a large pipe wide enough for a man to slide into, disappearing into darkness below the school. "Charming," Snape commented dryly. "Slytherin's grand entrance is a glorified plumbing fixture." "The original entrance was probably more impressive," Harry replied, peering into the gloomy pipe. "Lumos Maxima." A bright light illuminated the pipe, revealing a slimy, curved slide disappearing into darkness. Harry glanced at Snape. "Ready?" The potions master's lips thinned. "After you, Headmaster." Taking a deep breath, Harry sat at the edge of the pipe and pushed off. He shot down the dark, slippery slide, twisting and turning as the pipe wound downward. Occasional smaller pipes branched off in different directions, but the main channel carried him inexorably downward, deep beneath the school. At last, the pipe leveled out, depositing him onto the damp floor of a stone tunnel large enough to stand in. Harry scrambled to his feet, wand illuminated, as Snape came sliding out of the pipe behind him, somehow managing to land gracefully. "We must be miles under the school," Harry observed, noting the greenish glow of lichen on the tunnel walls. "Beneath the lake, certainly," Snape agreed, casting additional illumination spells that revealed rat skulls crunching beneath their feet. They proceeded cautiously down the tunnel, alert for signs of the Death Eaters who had entered through the forest passage. After several minutes of walking, they encountered an enormous shed snakeskin, at least 20 feet long. "Basilisk," Snape identified quietly, examining the translucent skin. "Recently active, by the look of it." "But Myrtle died 50 years ago," Harry frowned. "Could a basilisk live that long without eating?" "They can hibernate for centuries," Snape replied. "Which means we may face not only Death Eaters but a basilisk as well. Its gaze is instantly fatal. Its venom among the most potent known." "Perfect," Harry muttered, proceeding more cautiously now. The tunnel continued, winding and turning, until they reached a solid wall carved with two entwined serpents, their emerald eyes glinting in the wand light. "Another entrance," Harry surmised, again focusing on the snakes and speaking in Parseltongue. "Open." The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, the halves sliding smoothly out of sight. Harry and Snape stepped through into a vast chamber with towering stone pillars carved with more serpents, rising to support a ceiling lost in darkness. Greenish gloom pervaded the space, giving it an underwater quality. At the far end, between two enormous pillars, stood a monumental statue of Salazar Slytherin, his ancient, monkey-like face peering down at them. And at the statue's feet, four black-robed figures surrounded a stone basin, their wands directed at something within. Death Eaters, Snape whispered unnecessarily. They've found the cup. Harry could see a golden gleam from the basin, Hufflepuff's cup, the final Horcrux they sought. The Death Eaters appeared to be performing some kind of ritual, their wands moving in coordinated patterns as they chanted in low voices. We need to stop them, Harry said, already moving forward. If they activate the cup somehow, wait, Potter. Snape hissed, but Harry had already stepped into the main chamber, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. The Death Eaters whirled, their silver masks gleaming in the eerie light. One of them, a woman, judging by her build, laughed, the sound high and unhinged. The little headmaster comes to play, she cackled. Rodolphus, you owe me 10 galleons. I told you he'd come himself. Bellatrix Lestrange, Snape identified in a whisper, now beside Harry with his wand raised. Recently escaped from Azkaban, though the Ministry has kept it quiet. Dangerous and utterly devoted to the Dark Lord. We have company, sister-in-law, one of the male Death Eaters noted. Severus Snape, the great double agent. The Dark Lord will be most interested to learn where your true loyalties lie. My loyalties lie where they always have, Rabaston, Snape replied coldly. With Hogwarts. Traitor. Bellatrix shrieked. The Dark Lord trusted you. Step away from the cup, Harry commanded, surprised by the authority in his own voice. You don't understand what you're meddling with. Oh, but we do, little baby headmaster, Bellatrix crooned. The cup, the locket, the diadem, all pieces of the Dark Lord, waiting to be reunited. Where are the others, Potter? Hidden in that castle of yours? The ritual won't work, Harry tried, playing for time while assessing their options. For experienced Death Eaters against one professor and a 7-year-old headmaster weren't great odds. Dumbledore already knows how to destroy Horcruxes. He'll never let Voldemort return. You dare speak his name? Bellatrix shrieked, her mask slipping to reveal a gaunt, fanatical face. You filthy half-blood. The ritual is nearly complete, the fourth Death Eater announced. We need only add the catalyst. The boy's blood would be ideal, Rabaston suggested with ugly eagerness. The same blood that undid the Dark Lord before, now used to restore him. Enough talk, Snape snarled, suddenly unleashing a barrage of silent spells that caught the Death Eaters by surprise. 2 were knocked backward, but Bellatrix deflected his attack with remarkable speed. Crucio, she screamed, the torture curse missing Snape by inches as he dove aside. The chamber erupted into magical battle. Spells ricocheted off stone pillars, shattering serpent carvings and sending fragments flying. Harry ducked behind a column, mind racing for a solution. He was a capable duelist for his age, but not against adult Death Eaters who wouldn't hesitate to kill. But he was also headmaster of Hogwarts, with a connection to the castle unlike any before him. Even here, deep beneath the school, he could feel Hogwarts magic, distant but accessible. Pressing his palm against the damp stone floor, Harry closed his eyes and reached out. Help us. Protect Hogwarts. Stop them from using the Horcrux. The response was immediate, not from the castle above, but from the chamber itself. The stone serpents adorning the pillars began to writhe, transforming from carvings to living snakes that dropped to the floor and slithered toward the Death Eaters. What magic is this? One of the Death Eaters cried in alarm as a 6-foot stone snake wrapped around his legs, immobilizing him. Bellatrix blasted several snakes apart, but for each one destroyed, 2 more seemed to form from the chamber's decorative elements. The cup, she shouted to her companions. Complete the ritual. The Death Eater nearest the basin raised his wand, pointing it at the golden cup. Animus Revelio. The cup began to glow with sickly green light. Harry felt his scar explode with pain, a scream tearing from his throat as the Horcrux responded to the activation spell. Through watering eyes, he saw a misty form beginning to rise from the cup, a shadowy, humanoid shape with glowing red eyes. Yes. Bellatrix exulted. He comes. No. Harry gasped through the pain, forcing himself to his feet. Without conscious thought, he switched to Parseltongue, the sibilant words flowing naturally. Slytherin's heir commands you, protect your creator's legacy. Stop the intruders. The chamber itself seemed to respond. The mouth of Salazar Slytherin's statue began to open, a dark hole appearing where solid stone had been. The basilisk. Snape shouted in warning. Close your eyes, Potter. Harry shut his eyes tight, hearing a heavy, slithering sound as something enormous emerged from Slytherin's statue. The Death Eater's screams confirmed his worst fears. The legendary monster of the chamber had awakened. Don't look at its eyes, one of the Death Eaters yelled. It will kill us all. Through his closed eyelids, Harry sensed movement, something massive sliding across the chamber floor. Risking a glimpse with eyes nearly closed, he saw an enormous serpent, at least 50 feet long, its scales a poisonous green, moving directly toward the basin where the cup glowed with increasing intensity. No! Bellatrix shrieked. Not the cup. The Dark Lord commands you, serpent. But the basilisk paid no attention to her. It knocked the Death Eaters aside with a sweep of its massive tail, then plunged its head into the basin. When it withdrew, Hufflepuff's cup was clasped in its enormous jaws. Harry understood instantly, the basilisk wasn't attacking the cup but protecting it. As Slytherin's guardian creature, it was responding to Harry's command to protect the Founder's legacy. Get the cup. Rabastin yelled, sending a cutting curse at the basilisk that bounced harmlessly off its magically resistant scales. Harry, eyes still mostly closed to avoid the basilisk's deadly gaze, raised his wand. If he could just get the cup away from both the Death Eaters and the basilisk. Accio Hufflepuff's cup, he cried. The golden cup jerked in the basilisk's mouth but didn't break free. The enormous serpent turned, as if only now noticing Harry, and began slithering toward him with frightening speed. Potter, run! Snape shouted, engaging Bellatrix in a furious duel that sent multicolored spells flying across the chamber. But Harry stood his ground, an idea forming. If the basilisk recognized Slytherin's heir through Parseltongue, perhaps he could control it more directly. Stop, he commanded in Parseltongue. I am Headmaster of Hogwarts, chosen by the castle itself. Give me the cup so I can protect it. The basilisk paused, its massive head swaying hypnotically before Harry, the cup still clutched in its jaws. Harry kept his eyes fixed on the serpent's snout, carefully avoiding its deadly gaze. The cup contains a fragment of dark magic, Harry continued in Parseltongue. It must be destroyed to protect Hogwarts, to protect Slytherin's true legacy. The great serpent seemed to consider this, then, to Harry's amazement, lowered its head and deposited the cup on the stone floor before him. The golden artifact was slick with venom, which Harry realized suddenly might be exactly what they needed to destroy it. Behind him, the battle continued. Snape had incapacitated one Death Eater but was now fighting defensively against both Bellatrix and Rabastin. The fourth Death Eater lay unconscious, entangled in animated stone serpents. Basilisk, Harry hissed, making a split-second decision. Protect us from the intruders. They threaten Hogwarts. The basilisk turned with surprising speed for something so enormous, lunging toward the Death Eaters. Bellatrix screamed a curse, narrowly missing the serpent's head, then apparently realized the futility of fighting Slytherin's monster in its own domain. Retreat, she shrieked to Rabastin. We have what we need. She touched something at her wrist, and both Death Eaters vanished, apparently using emergency port keys. The remaining Death Eaters, unconscious or restrained, had no such escape. The basilisk circled them, ensuring they couldn't move, while Harry carefully approached the venom-coated cup. Don't touch it directly, Snape warned, limping to Harry's side with a bleeding gash on his forehead. Basilisk venom is instantly fatal without immediate treatment. But the venom can destroy the Horcrux, Harry realized. We don't need to take it back to Dumbledore, we can destroy it right here. Snape considered this, then nodded. The Dark Lord created his Horcruxes to be nearly indestructible. Few substances can damage them beyond magical repair. Basilisk venom is one of them. Harry looked up at the still-waiting basilisk. "Can you destroy what's inside the cup?" he asked in Parseltongue. "The dark fragment that doesn't belong." The basilisk lowered its massive head once more, opening its jaws above the cup. A single drop of venom, emerald green and viscous, fell from a curved fong directly onto the golden artifact. The reaction was immediate and violent. The cup began to vibrate, then emit a high-pitched scream that echoed throughout the chamber. Black smoke poured from it, forming briefly into a face Harry recognized from his visions, a handsome young man with cold eyes, contorting in agony before dissipating into nothingness. One Horcrux destroyed, Snape observed grimly as the cup stopped shaking, now tarnished and dented but no longer radiating dark magic. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "We should get back to Dumbledore. The other Horcruxes still need to be destroyed, and we have Death Eaters to deal with." He looked up at the basilisk, which waited expectantly, its enormous body coiled around the captured Death Eaters. "Return to your chamber," he instructed in Parseltongue. "Sleep until Hogwarts needs you again. These intruders," he gestured to the restrained Death Eaters, "will be removed by the proper authorities." The basilisk inclined its head in what seemed remarkably like a bow, then slithered back toward the statue of Slytherin, disappearing into the open mouth which sealed closed behind it. That, Snape said with what might have been reluctant admiration, was either the bravest or most foolish thing I've ever witnessed. Controlling a basilisk through Parseltongue alone. "I didn't control it," Harry corrected, carefully levitating the now harmless cup. "I just reminded it of its true purpose, protecting Hogwarts, not attacking students." Snape gave him a long, evaluating look. Perhaps Hogwarts chose more wisely than any of us realized. They secured the stunned Death Eaters with magical restraints, then made their way back through the tunnel toward the pipe entrance. There, they discovered Dumbledore waiting with several Aurors, including Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Harry! Severus!" Dumbledore called in relief. "When the castle alerted me to heightened magical activity in the chamber, I feared the worst. We found the cup," Harry reported, holding up the dented, tarnished artifact. "And destroyed the Horcrux inside it with basilisk venom." "Basilisk venom?" Kingsley repeated incredulously. "There really is a basilisk down there?" Among other surprises, Snape confirmed dryly. "We also have 2 Death Eaters in custody. Bellatrix Lestrange and Rabaston Lestrange escaped via Portkey." A comprehensive victory nonetheless, Dumbledore beamed, his eyes twinkling as he examined the destroyed cup. 3 Horcruxes discovered, 2 Death Eaters captured, and Harry's first conversation with a basilisk. A productive evening by any standard. Harry couldn't help but laugh at this understatement. The basilisk actually helped us. It protected the cup from the Death Eaters, then destroyed the Horcrux when I asked it to. Slytherin's monster, responding to the Headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore mused. History being rewritten before our eyes. With the Auror's help, they transported the captured Death Eaters back to the surface. In the entrance hall, they found a chaotic scene, students gathered despite the late hour, staff maintaining protective formations, and Umbridge attempting unsuccessfully to take charge. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded when she spotted their bedraggled group emerging from Myrtle's bathroom. "Dumbledore. Potter. You have directly contradicted Ministry security protocols by engaging in unauthorized, they've captured Death Eaters, Dolores," Kingsley interrupted smoothly, gesturing to the bound prisoners being escorted by his fellow Aurors. "Death Eaters who infiltrated Hogwarts while you were busy trying to override the Headmaster's authority." Umbridge's toad-like face flushed an ugly shade of puce. That's not, there must be some mistake." "No mistake," Harry said clearly, his voice carrying through the hall as students and staff fell silent to listen. "Voldemort's followers attempted to breach Hogwarts tonight. They failed because the castle protected itself, just as it's been trying to do since it chose me as headmaster months ago. He turned to address the gathered students directly. Hogwarts has been preparing for this threat. That's why it selected a new headmaster, why it's been awakening old magic, why we've been strengthening our defenses and trying to unite the houses. Preposterous. Umbridge sputtered. The Ministry has repeatedly explained that there is no credible threat from you-know-who or his former supporters. Then how do you explain these? Kingsley asked, removing the silver masks from the captured Death Eaters' faces, revealing two wizards Harry didn't recognize but who clearly bore the dark mark on their exposed forearms. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Percy Weasley, standing with the other prefects, looked especially shaken as he stared at the dark marks. Isolated extremists, Umbridge attempted weakly. Not indicative of any larger threat. Dolores, Dumbledore said with uncharacteristic firmness, I believe your position at Hogwarts has become untenable. As Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, I am formally requesting an emergency session to review the Ministry's interference in Hogwarts affairs and its failure to acknowledge credible security threats. You can't, I can and I will, Dumbledore interrupted. Unless Minister Fudge wishes to explain to the Wizengamot why his representative was attempting to obstruct Hogwarts' defenses on the very night Death Eaters infiltrated the school. Umbridge looked around desperately, finding no support even among the Aurors who had accompanied her. This isn't over, Dumbledore, she hissed, gathering what dignity she could muster. The minister will hear about this outrage. I certainly hope so, Dumbledore replied pleasantly. In comprehensive detail. As Umbridge stormed out, students began to applaud spontaneously. The sound grew, spreading throughout the entrance hall until it thundered off the ancient stones, not just for Dumbledore, but for Harry too, standing small but unbowed despite his torn robes and the remnants of chamber grime. Quiet, please. McGonagall called, restoring order with practiced efficiency. All students return to your dormitories immediately. Prefects, conduct head counts and report to your heads of house. As the students dispersed, still buzzing with excitement and speculation, Harry noticed Draco Malfoy standing apart from his Slytherin housemates, his pale face a mask of confusion and distress. Their eyes met briefly across the hall, Harry's sympathetic, Draco's unreadable, before the blonde boy turned away, following his prefect toward the dungeons. A difficult night for young Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore observed quietly. Learning of his father's true allegiances, then witnessing Death Eaters in his school. He'll have choices to make, Harry said, remembering how Draco had participated in the Founders' exhibition, how he'd seemed genuinely interested in rediscovering Slytherin's true legacy. Important ones. As we all do, in times of darkness. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. But tonight, at least, light has prevailed. 3 Horcruxes discovered, 1 destroyed. Death Eaters captured. And most importantly, Hogwarts warning heeded. Harry nodded, feeling bone-deep exhaustion now that the immediate danger had passed. The diadem and locket still need to be destroyed. A task for tomorrow, Dumbledore assured him. For now, I believe the youngest headmaster in Hogwarts history has earned some rest. Too tired to argue, Harry allowed himself to be escorted back to his quarters. As he climbed the last staircase, he felt the castle's magic ripple around him, not urgent now, but satisfied, like a sigh of relief after danger averted. Pressing his palm to the wall, he sent a silent thank you to Hogwarts. The stones warmed beneath his touch, a gentle acknowledgement of their shared victory. The next week passed in a whirlwind of activity. The captured Death Eaters were transferred to Ministry custody, where they provided valuable intelligence under Veritaserum questioning. Lucius Malfoy, despite his considerable political influence, found himself facing serious charges for using unforgivable curses, charges supported by testimony from multiple portrait witnesses. The remaining Horcruxes, Slytherin's locket and Ravenclaw's diadem, were destroyed using the basilisk venom-impregnated sword of Gryffindor, which Harry retrieved from the Founder's chamber. Each destruction triggered a similar reaction to the cups, black smoke, an agonized scream, and the brief manifestation of a shadow that might have been Voldemort in various stages of his life. 3 Horcruxes destroyed, Dumbledore noted as they watched the last remnants of the diadem's dark essence dissipate. Though I fear there may be others we've yet to discover. I haven't had any more visions about founder objects, Harry reported. But there's something else, something connected to me somehow. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Your scar, you mean? Harry nodded, touching the lightning-shaped mark that had pained him throughout their Horcrux hunt. It reacts when I'm near Voldemort or his Horcruxes. Almost like it contains a connection to him, Dumbledore finished softly. A theory I've reluctantly considered for some time. The implications hung heavily between them, unspoken but understood. If Harry's scar contained a connection to Voldemort, perhaps even a fragment of his soul, what did that mean for the boy's future? We'll address that particular challenge when the time comes, Dumbledore said finally. For now, we've struck a significant blow against Voldemort's plans for return. Without his Horcruxes, any resurrection ritual the Death Eaters attempt will be greatly weakened. The Ministry, meanwhile, found itself in a difficult position. The evidence of Death Eater activity was now irrefutable, yet Minister Fudge had spent months denying any possibility of Voldemort's followers reorganizing. His solution was a careful political dance, acknowledging the captured Death Eaters as rogue elements, while continuing to dismiss rumors of Voldemort's potential return as alarmist speculation. Umbridge was quietly removed from Hogwarts, recalled to the Ministry for reassignment, after her disastrous handling of the Death Eater incursion. The educational decrees she had implemented were suspended pending review by the Wisengamot's Educational Standards Committee. Within Hogwarts itself, the events in the Chamber of Secrets became instant legend, growing more elaborate with each retelling until Harry supposedly had engaged in single combat with both the Basilisk and a dozen Death Eaters simultaneously. Harry didn't bother correcting these exaggerations, they served the useful purpose of cementing students' confidence in both him and the castle's protections. More significant was the impact on interhouse relations. The revelation that Slytherin's legendary monster had actually protected Hogwarts rather than attacked students forced many to reconsider their assumptions about Salazar Slytherin's true intentions and, by extension, his house. Applications for interhouse study groups have tripled, McGonagall reported during a staff meeting 2 weeks after the chamber incident. And the Student Council's proposal for quarterly house mixed social events has received overwhelming support. Slytherin participation has increased most dramatically, Flitwick added, consulting his notes. Nearly 60% of Slytherin students have joined at least one interhouse activity, up from just 15% before the chamber incident. They're reclaiming their founder's true legacy, Harry observed with satisfaction. Not as dark wizards, but as ambitious, resourceful members of the Hogwarts community. Even Snape, who had maintained his customary skepticism about Harry's interhouse initiatives, acknowledged the positive changes. My house has suffered from its reputation for too long, he admitted during a private potions lesson. Perhaps seeing Slytherin's actual intentions, protection rather than purification, will allow them to aspire to something better than their parents' prejudices. The final acknowledgement of Harry's legitimacy as headmaster came from an unexpected quarter. The Board of Governors, meeting in emergency session following the Death Eater incident, voted unanimously to confirm his appointment permanently, removing the probationary status that had limited his authority. They had little choice, Dumbledore explained as they reviewed the official notification. Between the castle's increasingly vocal support, the successful defense against Death Eaters, and the revelation of founder artifacts unknown for centuries, your position had become unassailable. Even Lucius Malfoy's allies on the board? Harry asked skeptically. Especially them, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. With Lucius himself facing Azkaban, they're eager to distance themselves from any association with Death Eater sympathies. Supporting the boy who lived as headmaster provides convenient political cover. Harry snorted at the cynicism of wizarding politics, then sobered as he considered the challenges that still lay ahead. Voldemort will try again, won't he? To come back. Undoubtedly, Dumbledore confirmed. The destruction of his Horcruxes is a significant setback, but Tom Riddle's determination should never be underestimated. He will seek other paths to restoration. And when he does, Hogwarts will be ready, Dumbledore said simply. More united, better protected, and led by a headmaster who has proven himself more than equal to the task. Harry glanced around his office, at the portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses who now watched him with respect rather than skepticism, at Fawkes preening contentedly on his perch, at the sword of Gryffindor now displayed in a case beside his desk. Beyond the windows, Hogwarts grounds stretched toward the Forbidden Forest, peaceful in the spring sunshine, students visible enjoying the weather between classes. Home. His home. And he would protect it, no matter what came. Pressing his palm to his desk, he felt Hogwarts' magic respond immediately, stronger than ever, a constant connection between headmaster and castle that grew deeper with each passing day. "We'll be ready," he promised silently. Together. The castle's response vibrated through stone and magic, confident, determined, and unmistakable in its message, always. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.